showtime. It's game time, it's go time. You got one shot at a gold mine. It's showtime. Showtime, it's your time. It's game time, it's go time. You got one shot at a gold mine. It's showtime, it's your time. It's game time, it's go time. You got one shot at a gold mine. It's showtime. showtime. You got one shot at a gold mine. It's showtime, it's your time. It's game time, it's go time. You got one shot at a gold mine. It's showtime. Showtime, it's your time. It's game time, it's go time. You got one shot at a gold mine. It's showtime, it's your time. It's game time, it's go time. You got one shot at a gold mine. It's showtime. go out like a shadow. Soon as it starts, then it's over. Round of applause for the closer. The opposers know exactly who we are. We coming hard. We coming hard. It's showtime, it's your time. It's game time, it's go time. You got one shot at a gold mine. It's showtime, it's your time. It's game time, it's go time. You got one shot at a gold mine. It's showtime. Showtime, it's your time. It's game time, it's go time. You got one shot at a gold mine. It's showtime, it's your time. It's game time, it's go time. You got one shot at a gold mine. It's showtime.
Your order is here.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
It's showtime, it's your time. It's game time, it's go time. You got one shot at a gold mine. It's showtime, it's your time. It's game time, it's go time. You got one shot at a gold mine. It's showtime. showtime, it's your time. It's game time, it's go time. You got one shot at a gold mine. It's showtime, it's your time. It's game time, it's go time. You got one shot at a gold mine. It's showtime.
Hello everyone, and welcome to day one of phase 2 of PMPL EU. I'm Jeannie, your host, and joined this time around on the desk by Kalaris. You're filling in for Max, or did you kick Max out?
Yeah, it isn't really a fill-in. It's more just a replacement of the guard, to be perfectly fair. He wasn't living up to his station, so we had to, remove him for the moment.
Oh no, Max, what happened? I mean, if you want to find out what happened, Max is also doing the socials, so make sure that you follow those. We got TikTok, Facebook, Twitch, YouTube. It's all in there. PMPL, PUBG Mobile, Esports Europe, to be exact. And if you drop a follow, Max is also kind enough to be doing a giveaway.
Yeah, excited to see what he's going to be giving away. As always here, Max doing his things, like having a little bit of a look. You can get yourself some grenades. You can get the fashion leader set as well. So you're going to be looking fly in-game at the hands of Max.
Yeah, he's going to be giving it away. Just make sure that your DMs are open so that he can send you a message if you have one. And don't forget about that. And also fill in the survey. We would love to have your input to see anything you like and shape the future of PMPL going forward, because we really do care. So don't forget. Let's have a look at the participating team this time around, because we do want to announce that there is going to be a little different than last week, and that's because an unfair advantage had been secured by Ghost Team, and therefore they have been disqualified, which means we're going forward with 19 teams here.
Yes, we are. So for them gone, that is how it's going to be. Obviously, this will have a little bit of an impact in terms of the points that are going to be coming along for these teams. But I think everybody can kind of mull through. Ultimately, it will kind of, for the most part, affect most teams equally with a little bit of a discrepancy. So we'll see how it goes.
Yeah, we'll see how it goes. But it means that we're still going to be playing the exact same amount of PUBG Mobile, because we have 5 maps again coming your way. I don't know, that's exactly what we all love to see. We're going to be starting off with Erangel, Miramar, Sanhok, and there we're doing a rotation, Erangel and Miramar. And you know, Kalaris, the fact that Sanhok is here only once, I mean, we've seen teams struggle on this map on the first week. So we're expecting improvements this time around?
Yeah, I would say so. I think that people are getting to grips with the kind of differences that are actually presented here throughout playing Sanhok. You can't really go for the heal strat and things like that.
Yeah, that's Max's favorite.
He loves it. Actually, he's so sad that it's not here. But we've seen like circles in the last 3 days of things like kind of east of Quarry or south of Boot Camp. All of these circles teams are very familiar with from past seasons and stuff. So I'm sure they'll properly get to grips with it.
Yeah, we're going to get to grips with it, but also we're going to get to grips with the top 5 players of last week specifically. I mean, looking at these players, Creepy is really the one to be standing out here because Cave it felt like they very sneakily got into some of these top placements.
Yeah, I have to agree with that. It's a good sentiment to bring because you've got guys like Creepy, of course, who actually, across the full face, had 37 limbs at 9.7k damage, and that is just behind someone like Zerich, who really was able to kind of top the tables in that regard. But you've also got to give a lot of kind of props here to MUERTE and how they've been able to play ultra consistent. Guys like Discrim as well as Malloy here constantly being able to pile on pressure against some of these teams. And MUERTE, I think they're coming for the big one here. I think they're looking to win the whole thing.
Yeah, but also MADBULLS getting a couple of players up on that board because, again, they were placed second last week. And we're coming into this, okay? It's a fresh slate for every single one of these teams. It's going to be a reset. We saw a lot of improvements towards the last couple of days of Stage 1, so looking forward to see how that's going to be playing out. But having a look at the head-to-head of the 2 top teams for that Stage 1 of PMPL, MADBULLS up against MUERTE. I mean, by the looks of it, it feels like it's a very equal playing field at the moment.
Yeah, it does seem that way. I think, of course, with MADBULLS slightly petering off towards the end of the game's last phase, MUERTE kind of grabbed that bull by the horns and ran with it at the very end. It was excellent. Thank you. It was excellent to see how they were playing things out. Again, ultra consistent. I think that what really helped them as well is the fact that they absolutely smashed Vikendi. They took such an important position, and most of you guys went with Gladiators. I was like, whoa, watching the game, like, whoa, MUERTE, they are in such a good position, and boy, did they convert. I think it was 16 limbs during that Vikendi win.
It was a long week for us, okay? We were tired. We kind of like got mixed up with the logos. I at one point put MUERTE in when they weren't even playing.
Oh, you got caught. Sorry.
It happens. It does happen. But I think as well, a big thing to highlight here is the fact that the improvements that we've seen from all of these teams moving forward, and therefore that means that if they are carrying that momentum into this week, I mean, the MUERTE and MADBULLS, they're going to get some tough competition that they need to be dealing up with. Yes, they had that opportunity to hit the ground running and just get those points on the board, but it's becoming a lot more contested, and a lot more of these teams are getting those elimination points. They're getting those placement points. They're getting some really good macro play overall.
Yeah, and I think if you compare MADBULLS and MUERTE is playing a slightly different style to MADBULLS, where MADBULLS is still being able to play the previous season's play of like, okay, we were enabling Effect before, now we're enabling Zerich to really go out and be able to flex, even though the full components of MADBULLS are still very strong. MUERTE, on the other hand, I do feel like as a cohort, as a unit, as a 4, there is more power there overall compared to MADBULLS, so we'll see how that kind of plays out through this.
Yeah. And MADBULL, again, one of the teams that we have an interview with as well. So they placed second last time around. Let's have a look at how they're feeling.
And when it comes to the game itself, it seems like you have a very confident playstyle, especially when you were playing with Effect last year. What do you think your confidence in game is mostly based on so far?
Наша уверенность заключается в том, что мы много тренируемся и уделяем много времени изучением командам разным. И мне кажется, в этом и заключается наша уверенность.
Well, hopefully that's going to be working out for you and the team, Zerich, heading into the spring season of 2023. But right now, this new season is just about to begin at the time of this interview. We're 1 week away from PMPL. What would be your goals do you have set for yourself and the team heading into this new season?
Цель на 2023 год – это, во-первых, выиграть PMPL 2023 и пройти на PMVI.
Well, it seems like PMWI is going to be the main focus for all the teams in this season of PMPL. So we'll see if it's going to work out, but hopefully it will be the case for you, Zerish, and the team of MADBULLS. But as always, I'd like to finish off these interviews with a little quick word to the fans. What would you like to say to the people supporting you and MADBULLS in this spring season?
Нашим фанатам я хочу сказать спасибо вам за поддержку. Она очень сильно помогает нам. Благодаря ей мы играем все лучше и лучше. Следите за нами, мы будем показывать хорошие результаты.
Well, perfect. Thank you so much once again, Zerish, for joining me on this interview, and best of luck going into PMPL.
Спасибо большое.
Max might not be here with us on the desk, right? But he still found the way to be on the broadcast. He's contributing positively to society. He's making sure that he's seen. We see you, Max. He's with us in spirit. But that interview as well, I mean, from MADBULLS, this team is hungry, if anything. That's a mild way to put it. And we've already seen what that can lead to on that first week. So I'm looking forward to stage 2 here, Kalaris, and what they can pull out of the bag.
Yeah, they've got a great opportunity to be able to strike out for the top spots here. And as Zerish says there, get towards PMWI, which for him is obviously a big goal. It's for a big goal for a lot of these teams as well. And I do like those moments in that interview where Max, look in his little face, he's like, please, Zerish, please like me, please. He's a funny one, is Max.
Max. I mean, we have Major Pride as well. And that's because these are, again, one of the teams that over the last couple of play days, we've seen a lot of improvement coming out of them individually, but also as a roster. They've been creeping up in that leaderboard. And that's actually a good thing, because when we first started, we had a lot of expectations from them, Kalaris. And it just felt like the first couple of days, they weren't really being met.
Yeah, there's been a big discrepancy, I think, in player performances across this roster. And again, it kind of comes from the idea that on MADBULLS, effect was enabled by the rest of the roster. In the first couple of days here from Major Pride, that wasn't really happening, but it definitely heightened as days went on in Phase 1. We saw effect with 40 elims, 7.9k damage. The closest to him on the team was Nomi with 30 elims with 7.5k damage. Now, you might be thinking to yourself, okay, these damage numbers kind of feel pretty similar here, but it does show that effect is getting, well, living up to his name basically, like doing effective damage here to be able to take out these players alongside. So meanwhile though, they've been kind of swapping things out. Yen and Dino have played kind of even amounts of games, but Yen has had a bit more impact. So it's nice that they've got a little bit of a flexible roster, but I do feel like maybe they'll field Yen more than Dino coming into Phase 2.
Yeah, and again, I feel like as well, just the fact that Major Pride, one of those rosters that is continuously improving, we've seen that as more of an overall story with a lot of these teams here. And I think, again, that's going to bring a lot of the competition back onto the leaderboard, because it felt like initially in the couple feud play days, it was like the first top 2 teams, the MUERTE and MADBULLS, they were just miles ahead in points in front of the other teams. But now, potentially, hopefully, it's going to get a little closer, and teams are going to have to be on their toes. And actually, Major Pride is not the only team that's having this theme going on. It's also KONINA Power, and that's one of the teams that, as well, coming into this, we had expectations. We were expecting them to perform to a certain standard, and for the first couple of play days, that was not the case. But then you get warmed up, you know, and that's all that matters.
Yeah, definitely. I think the turning point for KONINA Power, as much as they've had themselves, I would say, pretty consistent placements overall, that Everest win that they were able to get was very important for them. Yes, they took Everest early, and yes, they were able to control from the high ground effectively to be able to move down and ultimately get themselves that win. But I do cast my mind back to some moments, like day 2 of Phase 1, for example, where they're holding a compound near Chopsticks and being pushed by 2 members of NEXUS and then being beaten by them. So as much as KONINA Power has found the kind of middle ground spot to be able to keep pushing up to consistent spots, I do still have some question marks around them, Janiro, that I would like to see ironed out a little bit for this phase.
Okay, are there any other teams, however, as well, alongside KONINA Power that you think, a couple of question marks, a couple of things that they need to be improving on if they want to make sure that, again, they have that opportunity to go to Vikendi and get some extra points?
I think one of them definitely stands out as Cave. I think that the team is very good about getting themselves to late game scenarios, but when it comes to rounding out a game, we're seeing a lot of second places, we're seeing a lot of third places coming out from them, where we need to have that eventual bump up to getting the chicken dinner. I mean, Creepy, we already saw in the numbers, has already shown that he is very capable, but they need to have that killer instinct to be able to jump up to the first place. And sometimes when you get caught out by some of these teams, you need to be playing just that little extra better for the final moments.
Oh, that's good to hear. But again, I want to kind of touch on the point of the MUERTE and MADBULLS here, because these two rosters, they came in and they came in swinging. They were able to secure themselves points, limbs, placements. It didn't matter. Everything, they got it on the board. And then we go into Vikendi, especially the MUERTE, and we're a little, you know, 12 teams, maybe not that many points to secure, but they somehow still managed to pull that out of their hat, and they just walk away with so many points in total. The question here is, when you're coming into stage 2 here, all the other teams are slowly catching up. How do you beat that performance? How do you make sure that you stay consistent, you stay on top?
I think, how should I answer that? I think MUERTE showed from the very beginning of the phase that they have some very strong clutch factor about them. If you think about their first win, it was against 2 4-man squads facing off against one another, and one player alone was able to make that happen in a very tense moment. So for MUERTE, I don't see them falling off from that kind of play style.
Okay.
I think that they're going to be able to continue that on. How you catch up to that is, again, just finding more consistency somehow. But that is a very easy and flippant thing for me to throw out, but I think a very difficult thing to answer. So based on that, Gennaro, I'm not quite sure yet. We'll see how they do it on the battleground.
Absolutely, but I also think when it comes to these games, you never know which one of the teams are going to be heading out on top. I think the fact that there have not been any hot drops, I know Max is really happy about that one. Because I know we joked about him liking the heal strats, but he does not like the hot drops. And I'm assuming, Galaris, you're on the same wavelength?
To a degree, yes.
Okay.
I don't mind it if there is purpose in it. However, if you're thinking about Paradise Resort, for example, on Sanhok, I think, well, obviously that is not going to be happening for 1 or 2 factors that we've already talked about here on the broadcast today. But if there's purpose in it, if you think that you can apply pressure to a team that you might be trying to catch up to, then yes, there's purpose. But for things like the Miramar hot drop, of course, over in Picardo, right? Like, yeah. Ultimately, I think there's other locations that you can take central or push 1 or 2 people off another split that they're taking and still have decent rotation paths on a map like Miramar. So, yeah, the hot drops, they have to mean something to do them, and right now, some of them don't.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen a couple of hot drops not go out as planned, and maybe there is a plan in place, but the execution is not up to potentially what they wanted it to be. But Erangel is going to be the first map here. Kalaris, are there any teams that you think we should be keeping an eye out on that one specifically?
I would like to see, I know that people probably just kind of straight go to your MUERTEs, your MADBULLS and stuff like that. I would like to see KONINA Power come out strong. Okay. Again, I do think there's a little bit of possibility for redemption on their side in terms of the kind of some of the scenarios that I alluded to. And I also think that they control space pretty well. Them and Major Pride. So I would like to see them start challenging those top dogs, right? Your MUERTEs, your MADBULLS, your Gladiators, because I don't want it to just be a 3-horse race up at the top here for the phase.
Well, I absolutely love that. And also, thank you, Monster, for making sure that we're able to actually go through all 5 maps. We need that energy, and we got to keep going. Every single one of these teams needs the energy as well, so we do appreciate that. And I think coming into this, that redemption arc is very much what we're looking forward to from some of these teams that potentially last week was not what we were expecting from them. I mean, towards the end, again, as we mentioned it before, your Major Pride, KONINA Power, Cave, they all kind of stepped up to the plate a little. But it felt like there are improvements and they're happening slowly over time, Kalaris. But when we're talking as well about time, you don't really have that much of it.
Yeah, it does get... It creeps up on you quite quickly. And actually, you brought up Cave. This is actually another team that I think we should be keeping our eyes on, because if they can round out games eventually, if they can reach beyond those 2nd and 3rd places, they could arguably be in top 3. Now, do I think that they're a top 3 team in this lobby at the moment? Not just yet. Like, they need to be able to prove to me that the wins are attainable, aside from one at the very beginning of the phase. Okay,
and the way for them to prove that to you is by getting that chicken dinner.
Absolutely.
Absolutely. I mean, who doesn't love a chicken dinner?
Yeah.
You get the points, you get the placement, you get the podium finish, you get the fame. I mean, to me, it all sounds great. We're going to be heading over to our casters who are going to be walking you guys through that first map of Erangel, and it's going to be, you guessed it right, Blank and John.
Thank you very much, Janira and Kalaris, for setting us up for this first match of the day. It's a new phase, and these teams are going to be all zeroed out for this one to try and earn some more of those juicy bonus points, Blank.
Yes, they will be. Obviously, trying to get as many of those bonus points as possible is fantastic, but there was a few teams who were able to really send themselves ahead over in our last phase, in phase 1. Obviously, we saw MUERTE get that big win over on Vikendi. That was an unreal amount of points found from just a bonus phase. So happy days, really, overall. And I'm glad to see MUERTE actually overtake MADBULLS, because we have seen MADBULLS on this like downwards trend recently.
Yeah, they have sort of slipped off. We were talking about on their first day how they looked so composed and so organized and so regimented, and it kind of just didn't come through in those later days.
It really didn't. So I think for MADBULLS, maybe there needs to be some reassessments, and we had 4 days off now, so there is time to re-figure out what's going on, which is the main thing you need to do, get refreshed, and find out exactly what it is that was hampering them. And to be honest with you, I will hazard a guess here and just say that, you know, a lot of this overconfidence from MADBULLS come back to bite them. There had been some insane crashes coming through from the guys on MADBULLS, which I did not agree with one bit, John. And I think that those particular crashes over on Sanhok, maybe where MUERTE swung in afterwards, or like, what are you guys doing? We will just walk in afterwards, or Gladiators did the same. These are things that all can be changed in the future. So for MADBULLS, less aggression, please. More calculated aggression.
There we go. Yeah, that's what aggression, okay, but only when it does have that calculation behind it. That's what we're going to be looking for from the MADBULLS in the first match of Phase 2. Coming into this one, we're dropping in without Group E, I believe. So we are looking to try and take this one down here for a good time over on Erangel for map number 1. Looking forward to performances maybe coming out of the gate storming for the Gladiators. This is a team that we saw resurge towards the second half of last week, and I'm excited to see what they're going to be able to do this time around.
Yeah, for the Gladiators, they've done extremely well, John, honestly. So I think that they can definitely bring things back on board. So I think for the Gladiators, hopefully this is something that does continue. GLADIATORS, not a position where they can drop up towards the moment. Most likely could be dropping down towards Ferry Pier at the moment, John. This is more of the position they're able to take. Sometimes they drop down towards the south side of Ferry Pier. And these are the games that you said a lot of times, which is where Gladiators tend to do very, very well. Obviously, we can have some teams be able to drop down towards Sosnovka military base. I'm not sure how good of an option this is right now. I think most teams will want to be hovering around this position, waiting for the actual circle. Because if we do see a circle that heads up towards this side of the map, then you really don't want to be down towards Sosnovka way. That's going to really hamper your progress a lot. At the same time, dropping up here in MUERTE Power, it takes a long while to get up here. This gives you some great rotational paths though, even though it is out of the way. You know, you have this one that heads all the way across the road here. You can even head up towards Kameshki and then potentially down over the coastal side. So it gives you a lot of options as MUERTE Power, even Lipovka way, which is something that MUERTE might want to take advantage of. But we'll see where they drop.
A lot of options for that low swung plane path, and at the moment Sosnovka very heavily occupied. 4 teams taking residency down there. They won't have that northeast circle to deal with, however, Blank, as it pops over towards centering on farm, I would say, on the mainland for the time being.
Yeah, so this actually is very decent. Very decent indeed. I don't think anyone's too unhappy with this one. I kind of detailed all the problems that could have arisen with circles that headed up towards Zaki or circles up towards Kameshki. None of that happened. In fact, we just got a circle that favored everyone in the circle. So there's not much to go wrong here for all the teams. NEXUS heading towards MUERTE Power, very typical rotation from them, or at least drop spot. To MUERTE down towards Novo though, that is an interesting position to pick up. I don't believe Major Pride is currently in the game, so that is a nice little pickup from MUERTE to quickly head down towards Novo, and they can take control of this area and even head up towards that northern end. If you're wondering why we're down to 15 teams, I think the Des touched on it very briefly, but due to some teams playing with an unfair advantage, in particular one team, they have been disqualified. So we'll be playing with 15 teams in most of these lobbies going forward. So don't worry, the teams are all really, really good still. You know, we've got the best one at the top still, so that's fine.
Oh, not for this phase anyway, because they've all been zeroed out, but I'm sure they'll start to emerge back there if they deserve it, that is. If they can earn it, they can prove their mettle here in the second phase. I feel like a big component that you kind of touched on towards the start is that from now on, we are going to have these big breaks in the middle of phases as well 4-day breaks as Zerich tries to land shots over towards Zadira, but can't stay exposed for too long. That's good discipline there for Zerich to not greed for that knock. But those big 4-day blocks of time between each 3 days of play, I think could really change up the dynamic of this lobby.
Yeah, so I think for only going forward, some of these teams have to figure out what the optimal solution is to a lot of this. But again, these initial rotations and phases of the circle are at least going to be a little bit easier, John, right? Because you're not having to go out of your way to make a ridiculous rotation. You might be afforded a little bit more space with 4 players no longer in the lobby. And you know how oppressive 4 players can be, especially if they're rotating through one area, right, John? That becomes really, really difficult.
Pretty tricky to navigate that terrain. Yasnaya, Game Lord, just on the northern throw, will need to move a little bit south. Fields, open ground. Unicorns of Love over towards Severny will be making their way down south. I'll be interested to see what rotational path the Unicorns take to head down south. MADBULLS, we saw them earlier, a lot more central. That western coast has 3 teams as well that could be looking to push in any time now, with Excuse Me, ARR, and Dark Project all on that western edge. Have to make their way east past Pachinki through Potato Hill.
Bit of a roadblock set up here as well, John. Obviously, Gladiators down towards Ferry Pier Way. You talk about Potato Hill, KASIK team over here, and then MADBULLS are towards that northern side. And even Dagestan's starting to peek their heads out down towards Rozhok. Just spotting out the guys from MADBULLS. So I think for Dark Project, AIR, maybe Excuse Me, will be a little bit tough to head through this area of the map. Taking a battering ram would be advised, to be honest, to get through, because it is going to be a little bit rough. But I do think most of these teams towards like MADBULLS, Rozhok area, Dagestan, as well as KASIK team and Gladiators, will be looking to get more of a central position. A lot of these roads all cycle into that one position just towards that north side of Shelter. And there's some really good compounds around here with some great high ground. But I think at the moment, most teams are quite comfortable this position of the map, just to hold on to their certain areas, get as looted as possible, and start moving shortly after.
Blue Zone starting to push in to MUERTE, putting their toe across the bridge, staying in Novo. Team Doom very spread as they're on board with the Gladiators. This is their backup drop blank on this map. They normally drop up towards North George, but with the plane path how it was, they opted to spread around the mouth of Ferry Pier and the bridge, which is their secondary drop. But they've played well from it multiple times before, and hopefully with this circle, they'll have that chance to again.
Yeah, I was actually praising you for this earlier, John, saying that you usually say that from this position down on the bottom side, they tend to play quite well. I think that's because a lot of these rotations on that northern side tend to, feel quite cloistered, and especially because most teams know Gladiators' rotations quite well at this point in time. You can kind of lock down that kind of rotation over on shooting range, down towards Georgia Pole. So I think when Gladiators do something a little bit unexpected like this and start playing down towards Ferry Pier, where they probably haven't really done a lot of this in the past, they can switch up the rotations and then reap the full benefits of just how good they are as a team, as opposed to how good the rest of the teams have done their homework on them. Because they're one of the few teams that has been quite consistent in terms of roster. And I really do mean one of the few teams. So a lot of teams will be able to get a lot of information on them early. So I do think that it probably is more beneficial for them at this point in time just to stick down towards that southern coast. I think they can get some good games over towards North George, but I really think it relies on more of the playing path than anything. But no one's complaining having 2 separate drop spots, John.
No, it's good. I mean, every team should have multiple options on those backup drops, because it is the case that you will just sometimes randomly see these plane paths swing out and only just about graze the side of the islands, and stuff like that can get a little bit wacky. Everyone needs to have their backup positions. Excuse Me, mounted up, currently swinging south of the ruins, will be scouted out by the MADBULLS. Tulika is all the way out in Sunken City right now, on that southwest point for the MADBULLS, who have yet to leave from Rozhok, over in that central area of the map, Dagestan, just to their southeast in school and apartments. So potential for, excuse me, to just crash onto the north side of Pachinki or go further and into the hills.
Yeah, I think heading towards the east side of Pachinki maybe, scouting, getting some information found from some of the high buildings over on that side is not a bad idea. Sly Europe really haven't had to do too much so far, John, just heading towards Shelter way. I do find Shelter extremely horrible to play at times, though, because, you know, you can either play on that top side, which gives you basically 2 trees, which are useful, a couple of rocks here and there, and then you have to deal with the rest, or you head underneath in the Shelter, in which case you're locked in. I don't think there's any good options towards Shelter way. I think you have to be a very good team to really leverage a lot of these positions, especially just on the outsides of the tunnel openings, and use that as cover. But we are heading down towards that south side of Shelter anyway, so towards MUERTE. A lot of water in this one, rough to play around with. MUERTE's got to get a move on. They know that they're close enough to this circle they can get across quite quickly and set up, but the amount of teams that all just opened up the car doors, slipped in, and then just quickly pushed that key into the car itself and got it moving is unbelievable. There's a lot of people moving right now.
Yeah, ARR crunched down south of Pachinki, which means that this area of the map is so fraught right now. Gladiators think they only have one team to deal with in Dark Project, but they will hear ARR approaching now on this north side. Tixi and Kitsune will both have that information as ARR split up 2 and 2. Gladiators 3 and 1 right now. Dark Project trying to just thread all the way through the middle of it, stay on that convoy. Nice spacing from them. But they do end up actually moving towards the ridgeline. Wait, sails past Kitsune, but Kitsune has cover. ARR, they fall back. And this rotational play coming on through maintains its status between Gladiators and Dark Project.
Dark Project, Gladiators. I think both of these teams have realised, John, that it's not really worth it right now. It's a little bit better to take a couple of pot shots at one another, but getting into position is a bit better. I think Madness dropping out here is kind of insane, though. I don't like
living up to the name, right? He actually dropped out before the buggy was at a full stop, which means it rolled away from him. And so he has to use that shack as cover, potentially forcing Dark Project into this engagement that they didn't want. ARR have actually swung all the way down south over that bridge on the west.
Yeah, they opted to go for a different play entirely, which is... we don't like the look of that. That looks like road rage. Let's just take ourselves out of the scenario. I mean, the blue isn't too influential as of yet at this point in time, stage 2, so AR can quite comfortably sit on the blue for a little bit. But you're rotating through Cave as well as Doom, and then MUERTE's up towards that eastern bridge as well, holding him off. So I think maybe AR has put themselves into a bit of a cheese trap here, John.
Yeah, we'll have to pay the cheese tax.
Exactly. It looked good.
That trap.
It looked satisfying. It looked pleasing, did that cheese. Fortunately, it was all for naught. MUERTE set up a nasty little blockade. I'm going to stop going on about cheese right now because I do want some at this point in time. Dagestan.
Favorite cheese, go.
Favorite cheese.
3, 2, 1, go.
Ooh, I don't remember the name of it.
I don't care anymore because Dagestan crashed straight into the side of a building currently occupied by KASIK team.
Ouch.
English drops out. Takes care of it with the DBS. That was a rueful little crash going on there. The circle shrinks yet again. Blank. Let's take a look at that. It's got the gulf to the east of the bridge mouth. Staying in.
It kind of looks like, you know, if you were to take a chunk out of a cow cheese circle.
Is that what you do? You just run into those cheese sellers, just taking massive bites.
I just bite into that rind. That's right. I'm hardcore.
Straight through the wax.
Yeah. Looking down towards southeast, Nexus actually made their way in. Really easy rotation for them though, coming in from MUERTE power. MADBULLS also swung all the way on that top side of Prison. I like that move. I really do like the move. I think Prison gives you a lot of points to stop off and get scouting done. So for MADBULLS to get here, yes, they're not all the way in the circle, but come on, Rozhok, they really did skip a lot of that ridiculous amount of fighting going on right now, as you can see on your screen.
Robs with the DBS, characteristic, iconic weapon for him. You can see why. To keep that suppression up, Furia, no chance, not a chance. Have a look around the side, has a better idea of how to deal with it, but the off angle comes through from GameLord. However, it is very split right now. It's only Victor alive. All 3 of his teammates are short, not dead just yet, but look at the separation that sits between Victor and the rest of his team. They are being scouted out by the rest of KASIK team as well. You can see he's going to have a mission on his hands to get over before Akashi bleeds out.
Yeah, he needs to get over that. I mean, Rob's did a great job with the DBS. Obviously, the shotgun master, leaving a bunch of bullet holes through all his competition, just like holy cow cheese. So really, really well done to Robs. Very, very fantastic stuff. Cave, now holding up. I can tell you hate this. Elementrix.
You're really cheesing me off.
It's all right. Don't worry.
Oh, dear.
I don't think you saw that one coming out, man.
I don't think I can camembert it anymore.
Oh, really?
No.
I see. Very good. Very, very good.
Very gooder.
I don't. Very, very gooder indeed. Stop it. I can't say cheese names. I'm only allowed to say cow cheese with specific properties of the cow cheese.
Why? What? You've got loopy, mate. Oh dear. Over on the west side, Caves crossing, or camping on the cross is not going well as Influence tries to get an answer towards Elementrix. This is the ARR swing that maybe they didn't expect to come through because, of course, we saw them break out on that western bridge before, and at the moment, it's only Creepy now standing. We've seen him towards the top of those fragging tables, and finally, Becca does go down, so ARR take a casualty sent out that way. Looking for the knock, and Discrim tries to suppress these rotations to boot, but Creepy living up to the title of number 5 MVP on the previous phase.
Yeah, Creepy's done really well on Cave overall. I think Cave's been like in the top 5 MVP list every single day. One player at least. AR's kind of in a really rough spot right now, John. I don't think they're getting out of this one. MUERTE quickly moving again, though. They are insanely good when it comes to these quick decisions, quick fire decision. I think for AR, you know, if they were a moment too slow there for MUERTE, maybe they could get some shots off towards them as they rotate through. Discrim, all the way in the back, might be finding a casualty on towards him, but he is getting towards the rest of his team. That is unfortunate. Might be able to get to the barricade, though. Yes, just about.
Just about, but the health bar is looking really bad, and I don't think MUERTE are going to go all the way back for that, not leave their compound, especially with how close Sly Europe are to their north side.
Yeah, he's dead. He's gone, unfortunately. They'll be at the ticket booth in the meantime. But yeah, no.
Manche go on.
He can't Manche go on, unfortunately, right now. So let's take a look at some of these other teams who are in the circle. Obviously, Sly Europe towards that south side of MUERTE. To MUERTE just underneath. Dagestan moving through the fielded area. I think they are down to 2 players though, which is a little bit unfortunate. Yeah, just 2 players. Nexus, this team should be in the circle at this point in time, especially considering they're coming from MUERTE in the first place. I do like what Gladiator's done there, John. Headed up towards that northern side. Can take some of the high ground play around there. And I think with it actually being like half and half down towards MUERTE, playing on this northern side where literally everyone is on the south, it's actually going to give you a lot of control here because it is just as likely to end up in MUERTE as it is to end up towards Gladiator's position.
And those open fields to the north of MUERTE are very, very treacherous as well. So if you get an overlooked position over them, valuable, powerful, like you said, to be moving on with for the Gladiators potentially. You can see the 2 different decisions being made as well by the Gladiators and by Dark Project, because remember, they were right on top of each other, literally, and they have chosen 2 different paths. Dark Project now trapped in a little bit of a traffic jam behind Avalanche.
Yeah, just kind of spinning in circles. Not sure what they're doing there. Avalanche, though, losing 1 player at least. Jay's on the floor. PNL trying to heal up, but opens the door, lets him in. Come on, get yourself rezzed up. I think is that madness just rolling in. This guy.
Might be.
I swear to God.
He's just going for it. I mean, you know what? People
look how low he is already.
They feel like they've got a nice little bit of information to play with. Wait, gets spun out. Not too sure who that was, either KASIK or Victor from Game Lord. Who did manage to get, didn't manage to get any of his teammates back up, so playing solo now. Madness really wants to go for this one. No eliminations just yet on the Dark Project side, but this is just such a chasm for these nades to roll down into against Avalanche.
Yeah, I mean, Madness can take a few of those, but he's got absolutely no meds on board, so he's going to have to stim back up. I think this is actually quite an important push here for Dark Project, because if they don't get these eliminations and don't get these knocks, then they're effectively forfeiting supplies. I think they've invested so much into this. It has to go well. The nades go over the top. Madness finds 1. Looks for 1 more. It's just Woodson and Alicio in the back now.
And Wait, they know they've got that knock. They know they've got a lot of damage. Wait rolls right on up and into the fight here. Alicio and Woodson just cut him down. I don't think they imagined there were players on the other side, and Woodson gets another over onto Madness. Remember, Ivaneska is still alive on that far side of the road, but Wait's getting bombarded and will go down almost immediately. Woodson wants to put another nade behind the shack, gets a lot of damage onto Madness and Latte there, but teammates are falling in their ears as well as shots come back on through. Madness just about picked up there, maybe, unless a nade finds its way out there.
You know what, John? This push from Dark Project, it's absolutely stunk, just like old cow cheese. So I think they really need to figure out what they're doing, because those nades were good in the beginning, but there was absolutely no follow-up. And the fact that you saw Ivaneska once again doing these mad splits on the side, and that's not even him being flexible at this point in time, it's him being very inflexible. It seems to be the only thing he's doing at the moment. I need to see that change.
Waiting for it, not to be seen just yet. Unicorns are love on the south side, trying to leave MUERTE to the north is so difficult. 2 players alive for the Unicorns as they struggle against Team Doom right now on that south side. Madness again shot out. That's KASIK team who are playing in their little stronghold further up the hill. And Avalanche kind of being kept safe by them, to be honest. It's their saving grace in this scenario is the fact that Dark Project couldn't just roll straight on down this ridgeline, was spotted out by KASIK team.
Yeah, I think right now, a lot of these lads down towards the south side are going to struggle, John. Especially Unicorns Love, especially Nexus. I think Sly Europe might be able to hold onto their position, but if anything I've seen from Sly Europe, I think they're going to stay here too long, personally.
Maybe over-invest on this southern position, but you take more players down, you take more teams out of the mix, you get a couple more placement points on board, and not only that, the elimination value that you get from it, if you're able to effectively hold this position, is pretty strong. So maybe you're not playing for the win from this area, right? But if you can pick up these points, it's great news. They've already managed to get 4 from the north side of MUERTE.
Yeah, I think this is one thing that is really important to consider, John. And a lot of times we used to put a lot of emphasis on the chicken dinner itself. And I think it's a really good thing you bring it up as well, because more than anything, setting yourself up in a position where you can get a lot of eliminations, a lot of knocks, those points add up. The value of them is unbelievable at this point in time. Milky Way, let's take a little bit of damage, just a touch. Oh, wow, wow. Okay, Elementrix plucks him out of the air like a clay pigeon. I love that.
Wow. What a cheeky little headland hold, and Avalanche getting caught up at the roadblock. Papers, please, not available for checking right now, but you might be able to hit a cheeky little DBS shot, but when you've got so many teams looking your way, it's going to be a lot harder to deal with. Milky Way on the inside, Nexus moving up, Doran and Keme want to try and take control of the building. Milky Way has got that DBS, and always a troublesome sight to be seen, but Dagestan, oh no, wait, hang on a minute, that's Sly Europe taking down Milky Way on the run out.
Yeah, almost instantly. When you said wow, all I could think about was you just... I thought I was casting a Gordon Ramsay for a second, that's all.
Wow. Just a touch of DBS.
Just a touch of a DBS. Nexus, really struggling at this point in time. This is what I talked about before, is I think Sly Europe will stay here for too long. They might get a few eliminations for their troubles. I think they know this is a really strong spot in the map, but I do believe that it's probably going to come back to bite them. If you look behind them, they know as much as we do that it's just open field. It's open field behind them, so getting out of here will be a little bit rough. But they have accrued the most amount of eliminations in the lobby so far. Elementrix sends a nade over the top, tries to finish off Avalanche, finds Woodson. That's really good. I think he just about sees Alicio wandering around.
Throwing it out. Woodson knocked. Looking for another one as well. Sees Alicio completely here. Can get it right on target. Oh, another nade. Nearly gets one, but stands up for the gunfight instead. And Alicio, I think he was reloading potentially even after having taken some suppressive fire. So difficult timing there to deal with. Avalanche down. And Elementrix for ARR will stay alive. Gladiators in the meantime exerting control now pretty heavily on the northern throws. Nexus roll up to Sly Europe. They had an elimination point stolen away. It's quite a prediction from everyone involved. So basically unimpactful completely on the standings for this one total.
Yeah, but I'll feel good about it. So.
That's true. That's true. Sly Europe, take 1, take 2. The points they're getting are absolutely incredible here, Blank. Speaking of points being accrued, ARR, 7 eliminations now.
Yeah, I think for AR, it's not gone too badly. I think that is them now out, 7 limbs, down towards that southwest side. That's to Ivaneska. His split certainly didn't work out in terms of the rest of his team, but other than that, he's been able to really push things a little bit further forward. Gladiators taking down the remainder of MADBULLS. I think they've done a really marvelous job to actually stay alive this long. I don't think they should be this far into the game. That's just a testament to their skill. This is what we always knew would happen with Sly Europe. As soon as you try and move out those buildings, anyone who's moved further up will see you. The fact they were able to get 3 out, though, is really impressive.
Yeah, Dagestan weren't taking shots out their way as the cross started to come through. So they managed to get that early move up onto these ridges that do give you a deceptively large amount of cover. It's pretty hard for KASIK team to hit nades on them downhill as well. And Dagestan are just about at arm's length. There we go on board with Gladiators trying to run down the Bulls here. Tixi taking shots. Where's that coming from? From across the way. Unicorn actually spots this, and they don't need to go for this push anymore, but Matic's already committed to down the hill, and that's a Gladiator going down. Tixi can't back it up. Fleekate short is low, but can reposition into the smoke here, and KASIK don't quite have shots on this headland. Gladiators just have to back it up.
You know what, that's classic Matic. We don't like to see that, but it tends to happen more often than you'd like. I think for Gladiators, Tixi relaying that information, he's being shot down by the guys from KASIK in the middle, actually heading off towards this eastern side. You know, if they can keep the guys from MADBULLS pressured down towards the southeast, potentially KASIK deals with them for them.
KASIK just needing to stay alive as long as possible, and they're on 4. Sly Europe, knock, MADBULLS, still going. I think it was Sly Europe who managed to pick up that elimination there as well. Another knock from Dagestan over towards the MADBULLS. But there's just so much fire being returned as Sly Europe find that backstab. Such an interesting dynamic on this ridge side.
Yeah, I think for a lot of these teams did really well to get actually up into this position, and now they're all fighting for their lives to get as many elimination points as possible. MADBULLS only 1 found though, and they took the passive approach, I'd say, the safe approach. On that eastern side, it was a smart move. They've had to stay undercover for a long, long time, only now finally revealing their secret identity on the southeast. But moving up, you'd hope that the secret identity they were revealing was Clark Kent, because they need a Superman play right now.
KASIK team have been in this building for so long now. Only 3 eliminations to show for it, however. So not the greatest of values just yet with 7 teams remaining. If they go down here, it's kind of a failure for them, but you'd imagine that you can't, because none of these 3 teams on the south side can push up. Even Eska's even going to struggle.
Even Eska is going to struggle. Why is it even?
Because he's all the way far removed from this engagement.
Oh, I see. I thought it was like one of his special traits.
Oh, yeah. He never
He's
struggles.
fast. He gets into the circles.
He's Barry Allen.
He is, well, yeah, true. Where's the reverse flash in all this? That'd be KASIK. They knew exactly where they needed to be before anyone else anyway, so. And they're also in yellow. It makes sense.
That's their secret. I get it. I get it now.
You get it?
I get it. I get it. Circle still on top of KASIK, but will shrink once more. The Gladiators on 3. Even though they're on 3, they still have a very solid position and very good chance here.
Yeah, on that high ground is really nice to play around with, and most teams now pushed up. This was the last bastion, the last defense. You can see that no one really wanted to move off this line. Petchik is doing pretty good though, just slamming his way through. Shifu taking a little bit of damage from the blue zone. Frozen wants to maybe get a few more elimination points, and that is good. On to 1 at least.
That was
Mandarin, still alive.
That was from KASIK team, up the hill. I said it was difficult to hit those nades from up top, but Frozen is able to look for 1 and trying to burn out everyone else as well. But KASIK team are just stymieing every approach.
Down.
Actually, Tixi is down as well. KASIK team might have just turned on the turret. and stopped anyone from moving in. Tixi is smoked, positioned there, and Rezaball right now. However, Victor could prove to be a sneaky little snake over out on that western side. You can see that grey mark on the top left of the circle. Might just have a sideswipe angle onto Gladiators if they're not careful.
Essentially, Gladiators just need to fully invest in a car compound at this point in time, and then just hold on to it. Because the only way they win this game now is if KASIK has to leave this compound. So they know that that little plateau that they're playing on is going to be their last point of defense. It will be their Helm's Deep, if you will. So for KASIK team, they need to be removed from this position. And with this kind of circle, it's unlikely. Again, Tixi making these plays dangerous. Might get shot through the smoke there, but at least they do pick up one elimination, which sets them up at 2 total. It's not a huge count with the guys from Gladiators. But now down to 3 teams.
Fourth place, 8 elims for Sly Europe. Really solid. They weren't playing for that win, which we talked about earlier.
No, exactly. It actually went much better than expected. I thought they were going to get gunned down as soon as they left those compounds. The fact they were able to get up to 4th place is marvellous.
Gladiators, after having swept away the rest of the competition here on the northern side, is a little bit more focused onto KASIK team's position.
Yeah.
They're worried about those positions out. Oh no, hang on a minute. I think they're just smoking for their approach. And to be fair, KASIK will eventually on this circle have to leave this compound, but you've got to wonder, can Gladiators survive that long?
That was a really important push out there from Kitsune. If he doesn't make this happen, life gets very hard because these teams need to be closer to the center than each other. Right now, KASIK has advantage because Gladiators need to move first, so these smokes are very, very important. At the same time, KASIK is slightly worried because they know that they need to start moving. They'll need to have to figure out how they're going to leave this compound themselves. So Tixi now will make the push out as well, down towards Kitsune. This is all going very well for them. Again, it's a tricky maneuver. It is going to be very stressful to pull off, but the fact that they've got 2 players, now 3 players through, and KASIK has not hit a single one of them, that is disastrous.
Those meds are going to be a little bit barren, though, as even Esker, even he will go down to the shots coming through, but a good knock onto Kitsune. That might be the straw that breaks this defense, but there is an answer here. eagar spotted and taken down. Meku,
oh my lord,
getting knocked, but a lot of damage sent back towards Unicorn. They need to be more careful here on the trades. Meku does not have any meds, just needs to light it up if he can. Tixi will be pivotal here. The main powerhouse. Kitsune crawling across, being a body shield. There, Striker caught. Tixi out in the open, DBS, and now it's all onto Meku. 1 versus 2, a sliver of HP, and taken down finally. KASIK team from the central area. It looked nigh on unassailable, and in the end, from the doors, they break through as Aragorn and Theoden King once did too. They ride out and meet them.
Yeah, I think that was an incredibly difficult ending anyway. What realistically needed to happen was, you know, KASIK team's compound needed to be on the edge of the circle for Gladiators to actually win that one now. And I think even then Gladiators did a really good job because they pushed down off that top side to try and get themselves on even playing field with smoke so that they could take shots as they left. And they were about this far from the center of the circle each. So they were both going to have to move at the exact same time. And it's just a matter of circles at that point. But KASIK did a good job to not peek out too far, not try and overstay their limit. I don't think they got a massive amount of eliminations, but they got enough eliminations as well as a chicken dinner that is going to set them very, very nicely with a little points bank.
I think they got somewhere between 8 and 10 eliminations towards the end of there, but
I felt like it was 9. You know,
that's a good. That's
I felt it.
Either way, we'll find out exactly how many they got over on the analyst desk.
Thank you, Mike and John. I mean, if you felt like it was 9, then it probably is. It might be, who knows? But Kalarius, what a way to start off stage 2 here at PMPL, because it's actually KASIK Gaming that end up getting the chicken dinner, which is their first time so far.
Yeah, it's one of the teams that actually at the very beginning of the tournament I thought might be able to do something a bit more in the tournament because it was kind of made up of that old MUERTE team that we were used to from our previous season. However, it didn't really materialize until just now, I guess. They had the compound that was most important, and I think that really did pay dividends for them. It was going to be difficult for any other team to really dislodge them from where they were unless they were working together effectively, like pushing the compound at the same time. But that didn't happen. KASIK team with a good win.
Yeah, and Gladiators, I mean, they got placed third, so it does help us a little bit with the predictions, but also Blank was right in terms of 9 eliminations coming through for KASIK Gaming. I mean, Unicorns of Love, this is, again, one of those teams as well that throughout last stage we've highlighted a couple of times, especially with Max being like, yeah, this is one of the teams that they have it in them, they have that opportunity to do so, but it feels like, once again, this is one of the games that potentially is not the one for them, but we also have a head-to-head when it comes to comparing the two teams that we've seen sitting at the top, KASIK and Sly Europe. I mean, again, I'm impressed by how close it is.
Yeah, Sly was playing a very, let's be honest, a very different game to KASIK here, but kind of in the same vein. So they were middle of MUERTE, then moved to a barrier position on MUERTE, understanding, okay, this circle is moving away from MUERTE. What are we going to do? How are we going to scrape together as many points as possible? And one of a great way of doing that is holding all of those MUERTE teams at bay whilst they try and escape MUERTE. So that was good. And then I liked their transition across the fields as well towards the hills. That was something that's not easy when you got a lot of teams looking at you.
Yeah, all the pieces falling into the right places here for KASIK Gaming when it comes to their execution this time around. On Erangel, I mean, it looks like they're doing really well. It's going to be interesting to see how this is going to be carrying out through the next couple of matches, especially as Miramar is our next map. But all in all, solid performance from these teams, and it's good to see, again, different teams climbing to the top and just the improvement over the last couple of days.
Yeah, I think the most important thing when you're mentioning KASIK team is that yes, okay, they got the compound towards the end, but the 2-2 split that they had initially across 2 priority compounds and then regrouping at the right time when they feel that, okay, there's a little bit too much pressure probably coming our way considering how much valuable locations we have. That was the most important part, and they regrouped also notably on the right location. Sometimes it can be a little bit tricky to decide between 2 good compounds where you're going to go. However, they decide, okay, this hillside, let's try and take the highest location out of the 2 to be able to hold off from, and it worked out nicely.
Yeah, it worked out nicely indeed. 9 elims, and they also get those 10 points for that chicken dinner. So they're starting off pretty comfortably this time around on round 2 here at PMPL EU. But all in all, looking at the teams in general here, is there any team specifically, Kalaras, that you really expected? I mean, we talked a little bit about Cave especially coming into this one and how we want to see what they can do. Did it live up to expectations? Are you seeing glimpses of what they can?
From that game, no.
Well, at least we're being honest.
They, I mean, didn't do a whole lot with that game. One thing I do want to talk about is the actual final scenario, if I may, Janiro, between Gladiators and KASIK. Gladiators were stuck in a bit of a rut as we take a look at the numbers that they've been able to produce here in terms of where they were considering that KASIK had that compound. I think one thing that they did really smart, firstly, losing Matic to MADBULLS over the east side was not great, and if they would have been 4 alive in the final situation, I think maybe they would have won it out. But wrapping to the west, knowing that KASIK has to come out of the compound for the final dot of the circle, knowing that the west side is probably their best angle to be able to greet them as they're coming out of the compound was very smart. Unfortunately, didn't quite go their way, and I think that was really important for KASIK to be able to nail that down.
Yeah, absolutely, thinking ahead, and that also means that our predictions, unfortunately, for us talent, that might not have gone the way we wanted it to go. If I remember correctly, when it was flashing up the screen, every single one of us went from Gladiators, and that because for a really long time, Kalaras, it looked like Gladiators had it in the bag. It
did, because ultimately they had so much room to play with on the north side, right? And I think that's probably what we were all leaning into. Losing, I have to repeat it, losing Matic to MADBULLS the way they did, where he just kind of send it south of them to try and probably dislodge MADBULLS and try and finish that fight fast. I get why you want to finish that fight fast, so you're knowing that MADBULLS can't rotate north and maybe hinder your progression and your campaign through that game, but losing him hurt so much in this game. As I say, if they're 4 alive at the end, I do think they probably get the win there against KASIK team.
Yeah, unfortunately, that was not the case. But again, these little micro decisions and events are going to be adding up, and that's just how the game works. Don't, yeah, I was going to say don't hate the player, hate the game, but don't hate the game because it's actually a beautiful game and it's absolutely great. But again, the fact that this is how it played out, it means that we actually have a chance to look at our overall for the first time here at Stage 2, because we're going to have a chance to just add up all the points together and see which teams are standing on top. But while we wait on that, to be bro, there we go. KASIK team, 19 points. I mean, not a bad start at all. MADBULLS, though, on 6. Are you surprised, Kalaras?
Not too much. I mean, MADBULLS actually was kind of playing with an okay spot, but again, a slow bleed out from MADBULLS. And then once you're cresting the hill that they were on, looking over against KASIK, KASIK had all the angles covered. So for any team trying to kind of breach the bulwark that was KASIK in this game, it was always going to be difficult in those foothills north of MUERTE. So it doesn't surprise me too much. What it does surprise me slightly was that Dagestan was able to survive as long as they did. I mean, they lost 2 early on, sent it to a shack that technically in the fields of MUERTE is kind of high priority if you want to kind of scramble for like a top 5 or something like that. But even then they were able to transition away from that shack because there was so much chaos in MUERTE. Nobody was looking their way and they did survive a little bit longer. So a few extra points for them in this game is a salvage mission, and I think it worked out okay enough.
Absolutely, but also looking at the overall ranking earlier, it's kind of what stood out to me is a lot of the teams here got a couple of eliminations on the board. Even the likes of MUERTE, yes, we were expecting maybe a lot of good things, but it's that consistency that we've seen from them throughout that first stage by making sure that even though if it's one map that you might not get a placement point for, you get 3-4 elims in the bag, and it's those little points that add up to the tally and eventually end up making the biggest difference.
Yeah, definitely. And for a team like MUERTE, I mean, obviously they'll probably be able to afford a few games where they're getting just a trickling of points on the board because we're expecting them to attain some high highs down the line considering what they've showed us in Phase 1.
Yeah, I mean, Phase 1, that was more of a taster session, right? And now we're like digging into that main meal. We're really making sure that everything is coming out to play and all the teams are staying on top of what they are able to do. All in all, I think this is a great performance. And again, it shows the fact that there's a lot of different individuals, a lot of different players, and a lot of different rosters that we need to be keeping our eye out. We cannot count out a single roster when we're looking at this.
Yeah, definitely. With some of the positions that these teams are able to take up, and I think every time we talk about PMPL EU, especially now, the depth of talent that we actually have in this region shows that you can't really gamble against teams that, you know, might find themselves a central position, a central compound, and be able to lock that down. Because at this point in the tournament, in the longevity and life of where our scene is right now, every tournament, every team can do this. So if you give a KASIK team a location like this, they're going to hold it down. If you give a Sly a position like what you give KASIK team, they're going to be able to hold it down. So yeah, anybody can attain some big points here.
Yeah, and speaking of positioning as well, I mean, Max in the Discord is absolutely proud of the fact that there were no hot drops.
Good job, Max. On Erangel, the place where we're least likely to get them. Good job, Max.
Well, we're going to be heading to Miramar. Maybe that's going to be a different story. And once again, John and Blank are the ones to be walking you guys through all the action.
Thank you very much. We are going over to Miramar, and we will be taking a look at the desert. You're shaking your head, Blank.
I am shaking my head because we're about to see a hot drop. It's coming through.
Oh, no.
I know it's coming through because KASIK and Excuse Me are playing, and they might be over towards Picardo. Now, one of these teams might make the smart decision and just not do that. Which is the smart decision in this case. I'm hoping that's what comes to pass, but honestly, I've hoped this so many times, I don't think it's going to be, and I'd rather do, you know, some alternative analysis here on Picardo, honestly.
About something other than this fight that goes badly for everyone involved. I think the one time that one of them didn't drop when they were both playing, the one time when one of them didn't drop on each other, or they finished the fight very early, I can't exactly remember which, they won the game. Right? I think it was Excuse Me, if I'm not mistaken.
I
just lied to you?
I think you may have just lied to me.
I do have a chicken dinner, but that might have been another time. Anyway.
Excuse Me, chicken dinner was from Sanhok. You predicted that match. I remember it. It infuriated me.
Did I get it right? Yeah, that's
fair. But yeah, so Picardo coming on our screens. I think that I would like them not to do this. As we've seen just then, KASIK team can get quite far into a match. And like Kalara says, yes, they were gifted a lot of that lovely circle, right? They opted to go there. They held it down, though, at the beginning, and then they held it down towards the end. And all these teams have to be good to make that happen. You can't be rubbish at the game and then still to close the game out from a strong spot. You have to be strong because otherwise you just get overwhelmed by a team like Gladiators who will take advantage of you maybe peeking windows carelessly, taking knocks, not being able to avoid these nades or predicting where they'll come from, or taking the shots through the smoke. So I think for instance, in this case, KASIK team did really, really good. For this particular playing path though, John, I don't really think there's much to go over. Honestly, looking at this one, it is very basic. Obviously, maybe you could say that this side of the map is going to be slightly more difficult to get towards, and perhaps for a team like Gladiators, they would struggle to get up towards La Coperia, but they're not playing in this match, so it doesn't matter too much. I think for this particular playing path, everyone can get where they need to go. There's a vast area around the map to actually take up in. I do think that one thing that is interesting that's going on at the moment is we're getting this weird little drop over towards Campo Militar between Dark Project as well as Team Doom. Now I wonder how that's going to go down, especially the fact that we're currently seeing Zeus over up in this location, which means he's split off, and the guys from Dark Project might be able to take advantage of this and just swarm the remaining players from Team Doom.
Potential vehicle acquisition and just egress there coming through for Team Doom. If they want to get away from that, they will have seen those parachutes. You'd hope so. Going on in blank.
Yeah.
I'm noticing something.
Oh my god.
Has it?
Oh my god.
Has it happened? Is it only one team in Picardo?
Wait.
Is it a miracle?
Wait a minute.
I don't know what to do with myself. Should we?
Wait a minute.
They're not the same color. They're not.
Wait a minute. They're not playing.
Okay. I thought. Okay. Cool. You baited me at the start there.
I didn't bait you. I merely spoke of the prospects.
Okay. Well, I may have been flabbergasted, but either way, it's not happening this game. KASIK team alone in Picardo. So
You
that
attached
increases
to
their
an
value.
empty line.
I did. Yeah.
You're a fish that has no self-preservation.
The worms are just so tasty.
There wasn't even a worm. Just went for the hook.
It's shiny. I don't know what you want me to tell you.
Carry on, you bloody pigeon. Oh!
It's a magpie, but go off.
I think we've both made mistakes here. Let's just call it quits.
Yeah, that's fair. We'll both take the L on that.
We will both take the L.
Northeast side, Dark Project didn't come into direct contact with Team Doom just yet. Looks like Team Doom dropped in with 3 at the start of the game as well, so they are playing diminished in numbers.
I'm surprised that Dark Project didn't take too much advantage over this. Again, it's a big area with a lot of buildings around here, so quite difficult to get a bead on exactly where these players are. You might have been able to see some of the shoots, possibly, from Team Doom, and then try and hit onto that one. Again, though, Dark Project, is it Madness driving, or is it Ivanesca? I feel like it's Ivanesca driving, in which case I'm okay with this. If it was Madness driving, I'd be worried.
Yeah, it's left-hand drive on these,
Yeah.
I think.
Yeah, Madness in the right seat, which is where he should be. I don't want to see that man driving
Not
any
in
vehicle.
control. You stop that right now, sir.
Get your hands off the wheel.
Do you reckon it's one of those driving instructor cars and there's pedals on the passenger side?
Yeah, but however, they are firmly duct taped up, inaccessible to Madness.
They've wedged blocks behind them.
Yeah.
Can't do out.
It's required. Looking at the rest of the map, though, quick... My God, why is everything turning on inside my house right now? We don't like that. Looking over town towards El Pozo, though, and Power Grid, obviously pretty central spot. A lot of high ground around this area, too. So Shockwave might be able to get a couple of good positions here. Avalanche also in a strong spot. Where are Gladiators currently?
Are they in this game? I don't think they're in this game.
They're not playing this game. I said this at the start. MUERTE, though, are over towards Montenuevo, unharassed by MADBULLS and Dark Project, I believe, also used to drop around this area. MADBULLS currently down towards VIRTUS.PRO and Los Higos. So MUERTE given a lot of free reign, actually, on quite a strong part of the map.
On that western side. We talk a lot about the western side on Miramar. Blank. It's such a valuable rotational area. It has a lot of hillsides that you can play cover on. You have a lot of mobility to access all of those routes that move out east, even on circles that fall kind of like this. It's very, very strong. So MUERTE having that area is, as you say, going to play right into their wheelhouse. KASIK team have full loot in Picardo. No one really stepping too close. Avalanche may be looking to poke their noses in to proceedings, but not just yet.
Not just yet. I mean, they could do if they wanted, but Power Grid currently is quite a strong spot to hold, especially with being quite very much on the high ground, right? I mean, you might want to scout down towards Montenuevo. Make sure you keep tabs on teams down towards that south side, Major Pride. MADBULLS, KASIK team coming from Picardo itself, just coming off the back of a very nice game there. It is surprising to me that, you know, down towards the south side of Credit Fields, El Pozo itself, you know, a lot of these positions just aren't really taken up, like a lot of the high grounds. These are positions you want to pick up early. And perhaps this is just because, you know, stage 1, you're not sure where the circle's going to finish. There's no point committing to one of these high grounds. And we give a very good example of that as we saw Evanesca from Dark Project. This exact thing where Dark Project were actually in a good position when we're going to finish over towards El Pozo way, just the south of Credit Fields. And Ivanesca sets himself up on a high ground, stage 1, gets locked out there. MADBULLS takes him down, and what looked like a very winnable game for Dark Project just starts to pass through their fingers. Stage 2, I think.
Just a little bit. Team Doom on the road, leaving Dark Projects playing their 2-2 on the northern side. Sly Europe across the way from Akashi and Narvalo from Game Lord. Victor and Robs don't quite have that sight line, but Hillside can be scoped out. I think this is a forward position coming through from Sly Europe, so they're not going to take these picks, not take these peaks, don't challenge or take those risks when you don't need to. You're just getting that information, and knowing Game Lord are here in the hills south of San Martin is valuable. It's good information, and they can use that to their advantage.
Yeah, I mean, Game Lord typically do like to position themselves over towards that high ground San Martin. And a lot of times they have come into contact with teams that aggressively push on them. They're able to win that engagement. So, you're right, John. I think this play from Sly Europe, quite strong in terms of, you know, they have pushed themselves just a little bit, but not too much for it to become a problem. So now Game Lord's stuck in this position where they're constantly trying to deal with Sly Europe, looking down towards them. Sly Europe's just waiting for a mistake. This most likely won't be able to hold up throughout the rest of the game. So we will have AAR moving down towards that south side at some point.
Some point that will be necessary, most likely. VIRTUS.PRO, they've got involved, but not in the way that they might have liked. Team Doom actually taking one, looking for a second as well. But not going to get that flush just yet. This is VIRTUS.PRO's first game today. After having not played in that first match, they will be looking for a little bit more value here, but with 2, it's not going to be a good start for them.
No, I think for VIRTUS.PRO, they really have fell off in a big way. I don't think they were able to bring up the same kind of performance we've seen from before. I mean, you looked at them last season, Tulika, now over on MADBULLS, Old Boy, really propping up the team, I'd say those 2 players. Do get a real central shift, though. Goodness me. This is pretty disgusting, too. A lot of very nice high ground here. However, the majority of the high ground that you'd want to play on, typically, is right on these outer edges, over towards this northwest side. I think at the moment, Major Pride's found themselves a very decent position, which is just between the valleys, right?
On the north side of that road that cuts down the middle. If they could probably, at this stage, probably hold a 2-2, but with Avalanche and KASIK team on that south side, it might be a little bit harder. So maybe it would be a little bit overzealous, and their position they hold right now is already strong.
No, I mean, you make a great point, though, right? Which is like a 2-2 split here could be fantastic. Between the valleys, you have loads of sightlines to play around with. But I'd say that, you know, if you're in your own games at home, when you typically want to make that decision, the answer usually is it depends. Because right now, I would say that if this was a circle all the way on the western side, this is on the edge, making that 2-2 split is a great idea. You get a lot of ideas of who's going to be moving in from El Pozo way, how are you going to play that one out. But because it's so central, you know a lot of teams are moving in, you typically want to be playing more tight-knit as a unit, right? You want to be able to defend from all angles as opposed to one split angle off towards that 180 side. So I think this is a great decision from Major Pride, keeping it nice and localized in terms of a team, because they know that so many teams are now going to start moving in. This is such an accessible area of the map.
Team Doom have been giving everybody a hard time on this northern side. No knocks sent their way just yet. They've managed to get an elimination already. I think there was earlier over towards... hang on a minute. Who was that towards? They took someone down either way. Oh, to VIRTUS.PRO, of course. And...
Has to be.
Yeah, it would have been. I think. Oh, I'm not entirely sure. I'm not going to bother on it too long. But they've managed to have a lot of impact, I would say, on the rotations to the north side. And maybe that's why we're seeing Major Pride and Shockwave both be able to consolidate their positions so effectively.
Yeah, I think they've been real struggling because of that. Happy goes up against the MADBULLS. Goodness me, the double tap, bang, bang, you're gone. That is unfortunate to look at. The MADBULLS quickly dealt with a 1-2 punch coming through from Happy.
Didn't even spot that one coming through, but KONINA Power, they will be spotted, but they will come through. Just a little bit ahead of Kapahala's position for Nexus on the eastern edge. Nexus, the rest of them just behind in a train, so KONINA Power with a chance to guard out here on a roadside position on their stronghold here in the couple of buildings that they now occupy.
You know, I really think that Shockwave has a very strong spot in this circle, John. I think that, you know, there's sightlines down towards Hacienda del Patron, towards the roadside, being able to hold off the guys from AAR and Team Doom, specifically with Team Doom being a weakened team, as well as AAR being stressed out by the fact that Team Doom's still taking shots down towards them. I think Shockwave's got a good spot. The caveat is, I don't think Shockwave's been playing all that hot over the past couple of weeks. I think that they really need to bring things back up to speed, what we saw from that first week, and that's when they look confident. I think that their confidence has waned a little bit, just from some unfortunate couple of run-ins with some stronger teams, and I think they just need to maybe bring that back and just make these decisions on the fly and trust in themselves. So I think we find Shockwave in these awkward spots a lot of times around the map, and again, they're gonna head up here. They're going to stay here now on the western side of Hacienda del Patron, and I'm pretty sure we're not going to see them move for a while. Whereas what I'd like to see is them making a little bit of head ground towards maybe that compound towards their west side, which is just underneath Team Doom at the moment. Yes, it might not be a high ground, but this is going to secure you like a second or third place, and you play it out like Sly Europe and just try and pick up as many eliminations as possible, because these roadsides are going to be extremely populated in the endgame.
Zeus taken out and most likely going down here. Really nothing for Goldie to do. On Team Doom, already sent a lot more centrally here. And everybody bunching up now on that eastern edge. A lot more freedom out on the west, but you can't get there without going through this roadblock. KONINA Power playing in San Martin. They're trying to just get through on the strength of the cover that you can play with in this environment. See, Palucci's very worried. They sit right on the edge of the circle right now, and to be fair, if you're playing in this scenario, it's probably wise just to take this slower edge style, creep in with the circle.
Excuse me. Yeah, I think for KONINA Power, 100%. You look at this map, right, and there's so much valleyed area around here. There's not actually a huge amount of playable space. It's mainly on high grounds, and we know at this point in the game, getting up towards the high grounds require buggies, buses. You'll be going quick. And I think for Avalanche, they realize this, and it looks like they're going to try and assault the position that currently Major Pride's holding. Effects up on high. They got here early. This is what we talked about around about stage 1. Stage 2 is where you really make a definitive hold on where these high grounds you're going to pick up. Looks like Major Pride went for this one. It's paid off.
For the time being, anyway. Major Pride will have to defend it, I'm sure, but in effect, good for one. Avalanche's crossing is stymied somewhat. Game Lord close now in an engagement. There's Nexus chiming in. This is the team that was behind them out to the eastern side. You can see they're on the southeast of them right now across the road, and they will spot Palucci trying to move forwards to back up his teammate. And now attention is turned towards this ridgeline the Nexus hold that has massive oversight. All of these teams are going to have to move, though.
Every single one will have to move further towards the central. And Major Pride is so happy about this. This is really working out well for them. The fact that Team Doom's been able to get Goldie in, though, in the meantime is pretty unreal. Game Lord lost Robs, but luckily for them, they weren't going to get into much close quarters combat for a while yet. So losing him, not super detrimental. I think Victor has been really playing quite well. You know, it's not up to the standard we've seen of Narvalo in the past, but Victor has been sort of non-existent on Game Lord for a while now. And honestly, he's had a bit of a glow up during this this phase, and last phase in particular. So I'm extremely happy to see what more he can get done during this tournament.
KONINA Power, smoke train to cross. Trying to make progress, but they're going sideways rather than up. Although it does give them that full blank wall that Game Lord can't peek them from to try and aggress onto their building.
Side grade compound. That's what you like to see.
True.
Yeah, some slightly further towards the end goal, but not further in terms of towards the circle. Moves out though, Narvalo to make something happen. Victor instantly responds, and Narvalo's still going strong.
1-for-1 trades going through, and only Victor now standing against KONINA Power. In the vault goes, and around the corner, Victor knows exactly where he's going. And Game Lords stay alive. KONINA Power try and push in, and they falter.
Yeah, that's actually really good. And this is what I'm talking about. Victor has had a glow up in the sense that Narvalo is very strong, Robs is very strong, Akashi, whilst not the most unbelievable fragger in the world, is a pretty reliable player. What we had issue was is that Robs would get some initial picks, he was great in terms of clutching up, but Narvalo needed someone desperately to play off the back off. So many of their fights went the way of like, Narvalo would get 1 to 2 knocks, maybe a third, unable to finish it out, and Victor would just die. But now we're starting to see Victor be able to support Narvalo in a way that he used to about a year ago. And it's something that I'm loving to see coming through from Game Lord so far.
Southeast side Sly Europe being denied access right now by Dagestan on the south. And KASIK team actually as well, firing out from their compound on the south side. Just taking these angles, exerting control. Sly Europe, you can see from where they are, there is very little possibility of making it through here. Even with these reses coming out, you just got to imagine Dagestan and KASIK team are just going to hold them in.
Yeah, I think for Sly Europe, it'll be a real testament to their ability to push through. They get out of here. Shifu, though, extremely good player on side of Dagestan. Looks for it. Snowix actually takes a good shot down towards Victor. I wonder if he'll be able to knock him down, though. Almost towards that 5th circle. Player from Major Pride did go down. Just a knock, though. Akashi next to fall. Keme will finish him off. They were waiting in the wings for a while. This is a real cheeky play from Nexus. They saw the fighting going on, didn't want to go for a full third-party engage, but just waited for Game Lord to make a little bit of a misstep. So I'd say this is a very good play coming through from Nexus. One of the better ones they've made recently.
Next circle just about to pop, and it's right on top of Major Pride once more. Avalanche with 3, MUERTE with 3 on the west as well. Nobody nearby is at full force, and in fact, those squads are becoming fewer and further between.
This is a tough one. And for Avalanche underneath, they've been causing problems to the guys from Major Pride. But again, you're up on high. VIRTUS.PRO is trying to make their way through on the roadside. See what they can get done. But again, it's KASIK and Sly Europe really slogging between one another.
Shockwave. They were in one of those powerful positions that we highlighted between them and Major Pride. Further out to the east, though, and the circle didn't favor them this time around. Nexus now, they were pretty cunning against Game Lord, but in a full bombardment battle, are they going to be able to hold their nerve a second time around, especially with the zone just about to push them? And it will force them really quite far out into the open here. You've got to imagine Nexus probably less well equipped in terms of vehicles.
Yeah, I think for Nexus, do they make their way out of here? I mean, they might have been able to pick up some of the vehicles coming through from Game Lord, perhaps. Shockwave is playing on 2 fronts. They have a backstop in Aza, but Kapahala also moved up door and hat to hit those shots. Unfortunately, Trazen was set up for a fight like that with the DBS and the UMP. Both very good weapons in that sort of engagement. Elementrix start to take some shots that way, but Shockwave just about gets himself into position. They do lose Trazen, unlikely they'll be able to pick him back up again.
Yeah, it's a flush coming through from Keme as well. 3 players alive for Nexus, 3 for Shockwave, and actually Aza goes down a flush, so 2 for Shockwave on the forefront. Major Pride consolidating now. You can see they put 3 players right on top of each other pretty much on the buildings close by to them, effect on the outside. It's Major Pride taking shots out towards Shockwave as well, and there's another knock. ARR trying to move in. On the back, they've lost 1, but Elementrix and Tapok. Tapok being such a brutal player, by the way, in terms of playing spoiler. They will have moved south with Becca bringing up the rear.
Yeah, I mean, for effect right now, cosplaying Obi-Wan Kenobi, because he has the high ground, and it pretty much is over for a lot of these other teams. MUERTE moves up towards that northern side, tries to hold out versus Dark Project. AIR's not doing a bad job, but nice grenade over the top will knock down Becker. Terminus will finish that one up. Tapok, though, a dangerous opponent to come up against.
Absolutely. Deadly at the best of times. When it's getting worse and worse, you definitely don't want to see him. A nice adjustment on the nade there. A MUERTE prediction from you. Playing as a 3-player squad, I mean, they've got a lot of open ground near them.
Yeah, I mean, I felt like Major Pride was the easy prediction, right? I thought I'd spice things up a little bit. I will say that I am 100% banking on the Circle doing some hard shifts in the next couple ones. Major Pride is the correct prediction.
I think, yeah, by all metrics, Major Pride have got the dominant area right now. So the next Circle pop, sure, it could go hard one direction, but either, no matter where, really, they're going to be on the edge of it, if at worst.
I think the issue is that I'm banking on this hard shift away from this, so that effect would have to fall down the mountain, but that's I may have lost some points here, boys.
Yeah, I feel like predicting the MUERTE with 3 players as well.
Yeah, but they're a great team. I think they can still make things happen. You predicted Gladiators with 3 players. How'd you like that?
I didn't notice that I thought they had 4 players when I predicted them. But that's a
right, well, you're just an imbecile then.
Yeah. But that's a different issue, you know. That's
okay, fair play.
That's skill issue.
Yeah, we both
Pakistan
this one again.
Gonna try and assuage any sorts of skill issues they have by taking care of VIRTUS.PRO on the eastern side. And at the moment it's going well, but I might have to eat my words as Avalanche chime on into the engagement. VIRTUS.PRO going down to 1, and actually Dagestan getting cut away as well.
Yeah, Limbo Boom also going down. Effect knocks himself, knows he has to jump off the cliffside. Can anyone spot this though in the meantime? Come on, lads, please see it. Surely you can see someone flying off the top of a cliff. I mean, that was the correct play from Effect. I actually really do like that one. He doesn't want to get caught with his proverbial pants down on the top of the cliff edge, so getting out early is a good idea. Happy J goes down to wait on the outside edge. Sly Europe also takes down Effect. Just barely see it. Now 2 versus 4 coming through from MUERTE.
Dark Project with 4 players on this northern sweep. Looks like they're gonna have a shot against it. Discrim goes down as well. Now we're looking at a MUERTE with just Malloy, who was able to win out a Miramar on his own in the previous phase, but
please, Sly.
Here is going to be an even taller order to be sure. 2 players from Major Pride have been taken down right now. They've been knocked, and look at this. They are going to need this res to come through fast. Luckily, Malloy is still engaged with this, as are Dark Project. As soon as that fight concludes, it's going to be so much harder for them. The MUERTE goes down, and now Dark Project might be able to move in. Major Pride need these reses, but Avalanche won't give it to them.
No, I mean, jumping off that cliff is always a dangerous place to be. They're in a real awkward spot right now. Someone crashed into them. You know, that could be curtains for the guys from Major Pride.
High ground. 4 weight here. Doesn't quite have the backstab onto Major Pride. So that 3rd res needs to come through now. They are a little bit pinned by Avalanche's position, and if Dark Pride move any further forwards, they will get spotted. Nexus holding them back from that right now. So at the moment, it's a 4-team, 5-team standoff.
Yeah, I think problem for Major Pride at the moment is the fact that they've locked themselves into a very open area with smokes, and they're desperately trying to get back towards this compound, which they finally have done. Nexus up on high. Kapahala has to dodge out of the way there. Wait had actually been able to take him down. Very different story ahead of us.
Very different indeed. Kapahala not afraid to go for a re-peek, it seems. Shots over towards the crossing. Sly Europe are going to be right up into the wall in danger. Wait corralling them together and into the sightlines of Nexus. The circle keeps Major Pride in, keeps Nexus in, and Avalanche have that slice on the south.
Keme laughing with the position he's currently got. This is a real cheeky position for him. He's the player all around the eastern side. You can see little turquoise player. Right now, Kapahala currently regrouping with him. Major Pride will have to leave at some point. They're on the low ground. Sly Europe also just keeps peeking their heads over the top. I think they've been probably the most annoying team within the lobby for a lot of the players, particularly MUERTE, and that makes me mad. But they have hit some really good shots overall. Dark Project set themselves up on high. will have difficulty vacating this particular spot. Again, that's due to Major Pride as well as Sly Europe. Avalanche also.
Nexus have moved up as a 2-1 now with, as you said, Keme on that backstop.
Hello.
Spotting out Folly. Knows there's a player there. Folly's not in this next zone. Sly Europe making their way into that warehouse. Mandarin sitting in a vehicle waiting to drive on up and looking to get that crash. Luckily, the open side is to the south on this warehouse, which means those door frames, those vehicles can provide a nice little chunk of cover. I say nice, it's more than nothing is really what I mean.
Yeah, if I was Nexus, I wouldn't play here, personally. I'd probably just regroup with Keme. He has like a rich side to play on the east. I'm pretty sure I've seen this ending before, and Keme's spot is actually very, very strong. Does sort of rely on teams being forced over towards the east. But already one player down. I think that the decision should be made from Nexus now to move over towards Keme's side. A lot of teams are already moving out.
Sly Europe find a knock over towards a forward position from Major Pride as they've made their way all the way in against all the odds.
Down in 5th.
How on earth have they
0 points for
find that
everyone
opening?
else?
There's that res that comes through. Those buildings still very much in here. Sly Europe playing in the warehouse, playing fine. Avalanche as well on that eastern side, really going to cut down Sly Europe's chances. But Major Pride are back up to 4 for now. Effect, though, does need a couple more meds.
Yeah, I think for Major Pride, what they're going to really struggle with is the fact that so many teams have eyes on towards them. They have been such a bullseye position within the map. Kapala looking down towards that project. Come on, don't do it. Major Pride down in 5th. Down in 5th. 0 points for everyone else.
He doesn't hate them, guys. Don't worry. It's just that he predicted the MUERTE and he doesn't want to get behind on predictions this early.
That's right. That's right. I gotta keep it up. I think that Major Pride will have some difficulties though. On a more analytical standpoint, with Avalanche as well as Sly Europe, maybe teaming up versus them, but Sly Europe seems to be quite a furious team and even wants to poke the bee's nest that is Avalanche. I mean, they have to go through them at some point though. So it's kind of acceptable. Dino, though, finds Reflect. Oh, it's all going wrong.
That's a good start for the hold there. Even Esker moving up further to the north gives a little bit more freedom to Major Pride as well. So now it's really just this high ground that has sightlines over towards Major Pride, but it is a very, very powerful high ground for the time being. Mandarin makes the crossing, a follow-up on his teammate, but just gets cut down in front of the wall. Oh, jump shots coming through. There's a nade perfectly placed. Where did that... Oh, it's not from his... It's from Alicio, who tries to go for the jump shot to make up for it, but there's a nade banking off, and that's even worse for them. A shutdown in the backside as well goes through onto Sly Europe, so they're down to 2 now. Avalanche really caught in the thick of it after taking a team knock. High ground still being utilized here. He's crawling around. How's he doing it?
I can't believe he was still alive for that long. That was a really good play from Mandarin. We're actually in Circle 9. There's been such an interesting game so far, but look at Nexus' elimination count. Currently at 12. Really good stuff so far for Nexus. Ivaneska almost certainly spotted at this point in time. PNL healing out. Should go down soon. Keme, though, on the backstop. I don't know what he's doing. That's a bit odd.
Ooh. Major Pride have made it out to the foothills right underneath Kapahala.
This is really... I don't know how did Keme go down? It was a really good shot from one of the Major Pride players. But I'm fairly certain it was the play zone. This is awkward. This is an awkward way to shoot.
Such an awful fight for both of these guys.
Yeah.
Even for Esker, Blank. Even for him.
Even for Ivaneska. Honestly...
Pan?
Pan. Come on.
Pan?
Give me that glorious bonking noise. That's what I want to hear. But right now, yeah, horrid place to play from for Nexus. This is exactly why Effect came down earlier. He was like, I don't have any crampons. I've got no rope. I need to get down here early, otherwise I'm going to be suffering.
Free solo. Free solo. Kapahala. I mean, all it would take is like 1-2 good nades.
Yeah, look how long they take.
Even Esker? Oh, hello.
Know me?
Oh dear,
That's one
so
down.
3v2. Oh dear, and another knock comes through from the high up ground as well. Finally, Dark Project for eliminate. That was huge coming through.
KaPaHala's got no bullets.
Ivaneska, he has 4 rounds in his UMP.
He's got
another
nothing
knock.
left.
It's 1v2 now from the high ground. 4 bullets in the back for Exomachina, and they are going to split them out. Try and get
Please
bullets in
give me
both of these
some.
magazines. He can't go for this res onto Dino. But Nexus can't drop down. They die if they drop.
Yeah. They have to drop and hit the shots.
Oh.
KaPaHala's alive.
He doesn't have any
Okay.
meds, though. Monkey's there. He gets one. Okay, it's 1v1 now.
4 bullets.
More bullets, please. No nades are going to be in the back pocket here. Can't crawl in for the res either, and there's a first aid. That is so important for Monkey. A nade as well, being cooked. The blue zone pushes. KaPaHala, he's betting it all on this nade. The cook is there. Will he get it in time? He does! And from underneath, it's Major Pride lobbing in for 3 points.
Monkey, the nade flinger. Obviously, this guy is unbelievable when it comes to nades. He perfectly places them. What a game, though. What a game. Congratulations to you 3. I have no reservations about that whatsoever anymore. I think that completely deserved. The Nexus really gave them the run for the money. I do like that KaPaHala was literally out of ammo, which is the first time we've really seen that in a while become an actual problem in these games. I think for EXO, I think really maybe should have stayed a bit higher for a little bit longer, but again, the blue pushing in. There's a lot of different things going on there. I think the real kicker was Keme. Real kicker was definitely Keme. I think he could have survived a lot longer. And, you know, he was a completely unknown factor, right? He was the unknown, the X factor. And he just peeked his head out a little bit too far, a little bit overzealous. And if they had him coming in right towards the end, maybe snaking his way through, he gets that backstab, it's all over.
Yeah, I mean, all you needed was 1-2 knocks there, which, to be fair, even then, when they got them, they couldn't convert because they had to fall down.
Yeah.
They couldn't resupply because no crates were up there. And that ammo came back to bite them. That's generally why you don't see that ammo run dry, right? Is because you're able to resupply on a crate.
Exactly, but they were on an island, man. They were on an island of their own, a sky island. Unfortunately, I do think that, I tried to say this earlier, maybe move it towards the ridge side by Keme, but I don't know. Maybe that was the right idea, maybe it wasn't. We'll find out after this commercial break, after we go back to the analyst desk.
Welcome back, everyone. What a way to finish that second map, Miramar. Major Pride securing the win with an incredible game toss. Now, if you want to make sure that you don't miss out on any of the action, just like what just happened, make sure to check out our socials. Give them a follow because you also have a chance of winning a giveaway, by the way. We're just sprinkling that in. But Kalaris, what was that ending? What's going on?
I mean, okay, one, I feel like that was a little bit unnecessary. That was like the cool guy that turns away and doesn't look at the explosions and just keeps walking. where do I even begin? Like, okay, so Nexus obviously having an amazing spot to try and play from. Major Pride, I do feel like there's a world where they can just move to the east side of that hill and play the center point of the circle and probably win things out, because Nexus has to jump and try and get themselves down there. But the grenade, like one more tick of the blue and he's done. It was the perfect cook here, Janero. Chef's kiss, chef's kiss.
I mean, he did. He was like trying to swing the pan, but didn't actually end up going for it. But Nexus Gaming, even though with the 6 points placement, because they play second, they had 15 Lim Scalaris coming into this. That's 21 points in total. I mean, that's pretty impressive.
Not too much surprise when you've got the sniper's nest that they had up at the top there. That was a kind of insane position for that circle. I didn't expect for anybody to be able to, not necessarily get up there, because obviously we know you can get up there with vehicles, how they work and stuff like that, but just be able to, the fact that they have at least 2 up there, so you can peek, and if you do get knocked, you can retreat back to a position of safety, get that person up again. Don't risk too much, but constantly shoot at everything once you've got people able to go. It was wild. What a game. Whew.
Yeah. I mean, that was a really nice position to be in. It did feel like they were shooting at everything up until the point where they couldn't shoot anymore at some point, but that's fine. It happens. Looking at Major Pride, though, up against Nexus Gaming, Nexus really got those stats going on with that positioning.
Yes, they did. Yes, they did. And as you say, when they couldn't shoot, it's the cheeky angles that Major Pride tries to kind of maneuver around at the bottom. Eventually, some of them did expose themselves to some of the guns coming out from Nexus, but somehow, some way, they still were able to salvage it, thanks to the man advantage that Major Pride has down the line. But highlights are on the way.
Yeah, that man advantage comes in clutch, because even though Monkey is the only one left standing, I mean, that nade toss, like you said, it's just like a scene, like a cut scene from like a movie or something, where, you know, you throw the nade and you just walk away and everything just goes up in flames. And Major Pride with that secure their first chicken dinner of stage 3 here at PMPL EU. But all in all, it was an entertaining game of Miramar. There was a lot of back and forth.
Yeah, definitely. When you look at the carnage that goes down the west side of San Martin here, I liked some of the moves and maybe not like some of the moves. I mean, KONINA Power gets you knock on to Game Lord. I think, oh, wow, they're gearing up into vehicles. They're going to be able to push this very aggressively. But they kind of met it halfway. They kind of moved up to some of the buildings and just didn't fully commit to it. And by the time they fully commit, it's a little bit too late, because you've got Blue pushing you and you've got, of course, Nexus looking down on that angle as well. So if you're going to make moves like that happen, I think you need to execute them much faster than, unfortunately, KONINA Power did.
Yeah, Nexus Gaming, I mean, great position, 15 limbs, all in all, very well played from that team specifically. We're going to do a little bit more of a deep dive into that later on, but can we just have, I want to say, a moment of silence for the ending of this game, because, I mean, just look at that.
Yeah. Okay, so here's going to be the nade on the way. Again, one more tick. One more tick of blue, and he is done. So the timing on that had to be perfect. Thankfully, he knew exactly where that player was and the limits on which they could move around up there in the area. So it was picture perfect. That is one of the most picture perfect things we've seen all season.
Yeah. That's probably like 1 in a million kind of scenario coming out. But Nexus Gaming, they've had a great performance. One of the teams, we haven't really seen them in the top performers as of late, especially stage 1. So I'm happy to see that little momentum that they had going on, it's carrying over.
Yeah, swings and roundabouts for this team. We've seen, of course, they previously, the majority of this roster was Eastern Stars, and they had these ebbs and flows in their tournaments where sometimes they would get constant first places, but sometimes they would bottom out and it wouldn't really go well for them. A position like this, though, at Miramar, if you get a location like this and the circle does keep centering up on you, you better convert big on it. And indeed they did. They've got the gun skills to be able to do so. Guys like Kapahala here, Janero, they're fantastic.
Yeah, and with that also the overall ranking is going to be changed as well, because last time, if you guys remember, it was KASIK team wants to be walking away with that chicken dinner. This time around, Nexus Gaming with a whopping 23 points. I love to see just how quickly these rankings are just getting populated.
Yeah, and actually, interestingly enough, when we look at this, with KASIK team getting themselves, yes, the win to start things off. No points in this previous game does sting a little bit. I mean, again, it's not exactly the easiest game to play out, all things considered, with, you know, teams being up on perches as Nexus Gaming was. So good to see Nexus getting a lot of points on the board. I would like to see this continue, though, because, as I say, the ebbs and flows of that team does sometimes mean that they're just not getting anything in some games.
Yeah, I love how you're mentioning that the difficulty here is potentially something that comes into play when it comes to not securing any points. But I have a surprise for you.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to get even more difficult because we're going to Sanhok.
Okay, now that you've said this, I don't know if it is that much of a surprise to me that the Sanhok is the next map, but I think that when you look at Sanhok here, again, the fact that you are no longer able to go for the heal strat is a very pleasant surprise for me coming into this season and how it actually plays out. So let's see how it goes. I'm just hoping for no south of bootcamp circle because it's too common for my liking, Gennaro. I want something else.
I feel like when you say it, that's when it happens.
Yeah,
Master Curse coming to life. But also, guys, you know, maybe if you say something about feedback when it comes to what you do like and don't about PMPLU, we're going to be taking it into consideration because we do love to hear exactly what you guys have to say, your thoughts, your feelings, your emotions, and all the good things. So thanks, guys, for filling those out as well. We're going to be heading over to our casters who are going to be covering the first Sanhok of Stage 2 here at PMPL EU, Blank and John.
We are indeed going over to Sanhok. It's going to be a treat for both of us, I'm sure. We're going to be looking forward to the jungle, although maybe hot drops in our very near future.
Maybe some hot drops, I don't know. We just had I think the most drawn out 3-2-1 from our producer I've ever heard. However, I enjoyed every second of it because, you know what? Gennaro was really selling that survey. It just heart out on paper right there. That is the best survey in the world. We've got to get it done. Make sure you let us know exactly what you think because I think what Gennaro just did deserves some credit. Or at least a survey fill out.
Absolutely. Definitely take a look at that pinned survey. But into Sanhok we go, a little bit more close quarters. These rotations seem to have been a little bit more refined over the course of the last stage, but we are now looking at a whole new stage with Nexus at the top after their first 2 games.
Yeah, Nexus after those first couple of games at the top there, I think the majority of those points did come from that Miramar in particular though, John. I think I will wait out a lot of this playing path until we see the initial circle because again, this playing path really allows anything to happen. I think the only interesting thing that we might see here is down towards bootcamp. There seems to be a constant hot drop in this area. Paradise Resort also potentially a position that we want to take a quick look at as well, just because there has been a lot of vultures in this area just surrounding, waiting to actually engage on that position. So it is quite amusing to see. Right now that we are getting KONINA power, and I believe one other team, I'm not sure exactly who that is there at the moment, just hot dropping. So we'll see how that comes to pass. In the meantime though, excuse me, do contain that to themselves over in bootcamp.
3 hot drops right now. Paradise Resort, Camp Bravo, and Ruins. Look at that. The very wide spread from MUERTE. So I imagine, yeah, they're just turning away and regrouping, so not a hot drop anymore. But Camp Bravo still is.
Yeah, Camp Bravo with Dark Project as well as Doom. Also KONINA power, also taking a quick knock there. Versus... I'm not sure who their versus right. Unicorns are love. They're the only ones that maintained their color in this game. How could I forget? Agorison, though, finds at least 1 knock on that side.
Vash did get flushed, unfortunately. Mickey did take the knock as well. Beast is about half HP here. Swave with the M249. Pretty valuable, especially when armor isn't at its strongest right now, and people have not got helmets, just like Agorison right now. Makes it so much more effective as well. Will just shred straight on through you. Just the volume of lead coming down range. It's very hard to deal with. An isolated fight now. No one really going for these flanks, these side swipes. It is very much a front-to-back fight here.
Yeah, for KONINA power, Unicorns are love. Unicorns are love right now, most likely just scampering around looking for some first aid kits, looking for some utility. to go ahead and take this fight between them and KONINA Power. But I think this is the smart thing to do with Unicorns of Love, is just to move around as a unit, as a team, pick up as much loot as you can. Because right now, as soon as they saw they got that initial knock and flush over towards KONINA Power, they know that KONINA Power isn't going to go on the offensive. So for Unicorns of Love, setting themselves up, finding positions around here, you know, look at this, Swave even picking himself up a level 3 military vest, as well as a level 2 helmet. That's going to really support him when this fight does come into play. In the meantime, the Nexus are taking a quick spot over from Cow. They're on the north side of that engagement between KONINA Power and Unicorns of Love, so they could get involved there. We do get not that southwest circle, though, so Kalara should be happy. Down towards the southeast instead. I do think this is much more of a hectic position around the map, honestly. So much hilly areas. One of the few areas on the map that has significant high ground towards the eastern side of Quarry itself. Dagestan currently holding on to that one.
I'm looking at VIRTUS.PRO as well on the west side of Quarry. This is the team that plays on these super high-value compounds. Hang on a minute. MA, Nexus, north side of Paradise Resort. You said it might come to pass that it had effect, but we'll be able to get a knock and an answer. Teammates trying to roll on in as Doran and Kapahala are there. Not really able to save Kem on that hillside, but a lot of damage done to KONINA Power as Unicorns of Love could start to just push straight on through. Nades, shotguns, very close range, and Mihi goes down. Agorazin through the door frame, catches the heel of Mihi for the flush, and stays alive with the cover of the building, but Zero's right here.
Yeah, I feel like Unicorns of Love make a lot of silly mistakes, and that was one of them. I mean, they consolidated themselves really nicely, and they heard the third party and got too excited. They got way, way too excited, trying to get on top of that one, but you never know what's going to happen. Just because KONINA Power's down to 3 players doesn't mean that they're not out of this match yet. And what ended up happening was one initial knock went over towards Nexus. KONINA Power instantly turned around on a third party that was too impatient for my liking and took down one of the players from Unicorns of Love. And now they're sent scattering. And if anything, KONINA Power finds a little bit more of that. Yes, they're down to 1 player now, but at least with Nexus and Unicorns of Love on the back foot, perhaps Agorazin can pick up some extra eliminations. And, you know, 4 or 5 at this point in time. It's not a total lost game at that point.
Not just yet, but only 1 or 2 points on the game. It's not ideal. Want to extract more value from it, but no teams are fully out of it just yet. I feel like Kapahala knows that he's in this position, turns his eyes away just for a moment, and actually maybe a teammate will be bitten for it. Doran actually does go down there, not to KONINA Power, however, as Shockwave have crossed. And now look at this push. Nexus are falling to their own strategy here, moving in from that northwest side.
Yeah, honestly, if you're Unicorns of Love, you hear all this third partying. Honestly, what I would have done here and what MADBULLS did last season playing in Paris Resort is just move further down towards that south side. There's several really good crossroad compounds. Yeah, there is a lot of eliminations here available. But if you send down towards that south side, there is more eliminations available in the game and more opportunity to clear off that northern side. Once you clear off an area on the map, it gives you so much control down towards the south, especially clearing out the north side of Paradise Resort, because by that point, you know Gladiators have probably made a southern rotation down towards Ruins. You can just sweep, and that's how you get a bunch of eliminations. So for Unicorns of Love, I think sticking around here is greedy and also unnecessary.
KASIK team, Dagestan. Dagestan moved south a little bit more to hold off against KASIK. Sly Europe may be looking to push towards them, but this western side of Quarry has been favoured on this sort of circle previously, Blank. See if teams do want to stick to that or try and take the eastern side a little bit more prevalently.
I think we've been sleeping on Sly Europe, actually. I really think we have been. I mean, they're not crazy up in terms of numbers, but it really does feel like they're not pushover team either. They're just taking a little bit longer to get into gear. And we've seen that from a lot of teams inside this lobby so far. Major Pride went from being one of the squeakiest, fluffiest, cutest little teams towards the bottom of the lobby to one of a ferocious beast towards the top now. And I think that change can happen quite easily in the blink of an eye. For some of these teams, though, they've needed the experience from PMPL. It's not been a case of like, we've got some strong players on this team, we need to build up synergy and get back to where we were. We have teams here like, right, we're in PMPL, let's make this happen, let's get some good games going. For Sly Europe, they've just needed a bit more experience, which is always nice having that phase one where it's just 6 days in a row. You're just getting so much practice on board.
Yeah, it's a really strong boot camp format there.
Yeah, exactly.
And to be fair, if you're going to make that change, it's probably best that it happens at the start of a phase when you aren't already kind of out of the running for major bonus points. They did finish in 10th, so doing reasonably well. Definitely lots more opportunity to accrue those points. Shockwave being held out now. Everybody in this north side is just absolutely just having a nightmare of a time, really. It's not gone well. Even with the circle shifting up as far as it has, it's literally still in Paradise Resort. All of these teams have just fought and fought and fought.
And this feels like a game where, you know, my orders arrive at the door and I need to stop playing PUBG Mobile. So I'm going to play with my teammates as if I am playing my little heart out, but really, I want to go to the door. So I'm trying to go out as fast as possible.
Oh, no, guys, we're down and out again.
Oh, it's all gone wrong. Anyway, I'm going to be right back. But yeah, so that's how it feels like it's going. I don't think a lot of these plays, again, necessary is the word I'd use. I don't think much of these plays are necessary. Termina's now down to the last player on the side of Shockwave. That could have been a different story. They had a really good sideswipe coming in from Hatin. In the meantime, Gladiators have taken the safe approach, moved through the Confluence compound underneath boot camp. And yeah, this might be more of a difficult rotation, but it has afforded them at least a position within the circle, whereas you just see this absolute chaos going on that northern side. And it's funny to me because a lot of these teams towards the middle don't realize that, you know, up north of boot camp, it's free. It's free real estate on that side. Instead, they're cramming themselves into awkward areas on the map.
Gladiators regrouped. They was 2-2 split. Now they're fully out on that western side. VIRTUS.PRO moved east to hold the compound. They didn't go for the junction compound. They didn't go for the walled compound out further west. Cave hold that walled compound. Major Pride on that junction. Still this north side. It's lit up. Dropping with all 4 this time around for Team Doom. Unfortunately, they won't be playing with all 4 from here on out. Playing as 3 right now. A casualty.
Yeah. It did feel like Team Doom at the end of last phase kind of just threw caution to the wind and were doing very well with it. Fortunately, I think that was more of a case of the other teams realizing it was the end of the phase, they'd secured their position. They didn't have too much left in the tank, but now with 3 days of play, you can really sink a lot of focus into this one. I know that you can regenerate that concentration by the next time you come to the next weekend. I think for Major Pride, though, there was also an interesting thing going on during that last phase. If you weren't watching, you know, what they were doing is actually just probing up towards that northern side quite frequently before coming back down towards Painan. And we saw that a lot. They would probe this area, hold it for a little bit, then head back down towards Painan, hold that area, and then move further in, because we had a lot of those southwest circles. But now we've headed up a little bit further towards the northeast. They realize, you know, this position is free a lot of times, so they make a really smart rotation up here, knowing that VIRTUS.PRO does not hold this far into the game over these 2 compounds, and they find themselves at least a spot. And now they're sending even further to another position that they assume is free, and they assume correctly.
Oh my goodness, yeah, just look at the speed on that. Major Pride, they're going to turn around it as well, get some scouting before just fully committing to that crash. Very, very well done, very well read.
That's PMPL teacher's pet right there, because they've done their homework. And is dobbing everyone else in for not doing the same. Dark Project currently lighting up the guys from KASIK. Striker at least sends something back. Ivaneska gets dropped instantaneously.
Not fun across the way. Trading in these shacks. The stilts on them make them so hard to move around as well, because you know someone's just going to be lying down, ready to go for that sweep. Oh dear, backstab onto the Gladiators from MUERTE, who crossed late across that trifecta. Maybe unawares of it. Split 2 and 2, but we're still on board with this fight between a central position. Dark Project Madness down on the forefront, not very accessible right now. Wait and Latte. 2 players now active. KASIK team, their main opponents. You can see on the map there, the northern 2 on the 2-2 split from Gladiators.
Yeah.
Taken down by MUERTE, moving in late.
Yeah, real odd play there. You know, I need big brain Kale to break that one down for me when we head back to the desk. 'Cause I wasn't quite watching.
Odd from who?
Sorry?
Odd from who?
Oh, Gladiators. I'm not sure why you would go for the 2-2 split, unless they were regrouping and just trying to hold on, make sure no one's coming across the Confluence compound. But again, I wasn't hugely invested on that side of the map, so I'm not sure. I feel like at that point in time, though, you still want to stay as a 4-man unit. And MUERTE, maybe that rotation's not expected from Gladiators, considering they were dropping down towards Ruins way. Because they had that big split at the beginning of the game. I don't know. It's been a long time since these players have had this quarry finish anyway. Nexus, EXO finishes off Terminus, final player there. Again, this fight is going back and forth between the guys from Dark Project as well as KASIK.
Yeah, it's not really going either of their ways right now, though, as KASIK team on 2 players, Dark Project on just the 1 with that flush coming through onto Madness. So it's a very accessible compound that they hold right now, and it's quite central. Major Pride, again, this is such a valuable spot that they managed to get themselves here.
Yeah, it's real good. It's going to give them a fair bit of control. It's one of those spots as well that really doesn't have a lot of available cover around it. Other than some hard cover in terms of rocks, etc., it is quite open. That kind of shift, though, does throw a spanner in the works. Now it's really difficult to figure out who's going to win this game, John.
Yeah, I mean, Dagestan are the most central team right now. They're playing in some pretty decent positions. No one really on that northeast side is going to be any threat. MUERTE, I think they lost a player as well, trying to push on through. Excuse me, from that west side, they've just got so much to deal with in Major Pride. You think it's got to be... I mean, it feels like there's very few choices here, and they're slimming down fast.
Yeah, I think it does become a little bit difficult to figure out exactly which compound you want to go for. But there isn't anyone on the eastern side at the moment. Everyone's coming in from that western edge. You know, we have a world here where we could swing out towards that eastern side, and a team could pick up one of those compounds. Very similar finish we've had before. It was between Dark Project as well as KASIK. Gladiators, they lose Tixi down to just Meku now, pushing it as far as he can. 13 teams, though, so only 2 have gone down in terms of teams. We have a lot of players still moving their way through, so I think that I would be pretty scared if I was Major Pride, if I was a team like VIRTUS.PRO. These are 2 of the first teams to face.
Nade in the hands of Malloy on the northwestern side, but not going to be needed. The flush comes through. The first one did the trick. Puts the pin back in. 3 players for MUERTE on the northwest side. Dagestan are scouting out. You can see Limbo Boom moving out towards Excuse Me, and it looks like Dagestan are going to have to bear the brunt of this push. Unlikely that these teams are going to want to push into this compound, but Unicorns and Lover are there on that northeast side of them as well. MUERTE starting their train through. Excuse Me. Getting spotted. Shots over towards Discrim. Good for Major Pride. Unicorns of Love still getting a little bit closer. Dagestan want to move into third party here. Coming off of their high ground. Moving a little bit closer.
Yeah, Dagestan's in a real good spot. Have a lot of control actually going forward. Major Pride certainly has positions to look outwards, but I think Dagestan kind of eliminate a lot of those sightlines and work almost with Major Pride to deal with a lot of these teams coming in from that west. Excuse Me, certainly a team that will cause some problems. Malloy tries to make his way in. Last player from MUERTE once again. We all know you can't heal off outside in that blue no more. So for Malloy, it is a matter of time. That is really cruel.
Wow, that's dastardly.
No one's happy.
Nexus are happy.
Yeah.
And maybe even Cave. Look at what Cave have done here. They've broken out further east. They were holding on the warehouses at their southwest, but now they're spanning that quarry gap. And they have got probably one of the more freer rotational paths.
Yeah, they can head out towards that eastern side. We do have a little bit of a split decision right now. You Engineer are going for Major Pride, Kale, Dagestan. I think they are probably some of the most proactive players in the lobby right now, and at least I appreciate that. I went for Sly Europe, considering that position does afford them a lot of room going forward, but they're not doing too much of it. I may have made another mistake.
Maybe, but you know what? At this stage, with this circle, I feel like it's really up in the air. 10 teams are still in.
Absolutely. Yeah. Best we can do right now is just watch how this game unfolds. Excuse me. They lose Black, Dagestan, Shifu. Doing it again. This guy is real strong for Dagestan. He has been one of the key players. Unfortunately, Furia hits him with a nade. They might be able to translate something off the back of this.
If there's one thing that we can agree on, is that we don't want James to get the predictions right. So if Dagestan goes down, that would be phenomenal.
I think that, you know, he made a good choice, but
Definitely.
I would rather my boys won. Whoa. He just went flying.
He's going. He is going. There's that res comes through. So Dagestan stay up as 4. Spec wants to keep the pressure up, though, and Dagestan, I mean, they've been rolling over this hillside for so long that maybe they've lost control from that southwest side, and VIRTUS.PRO have made an approach here. Excuse me, are down to just Havlik, but with Single falling as well. Now, Excuse me, can look to maybe put a little bit of pressure on this forefront. Single has been knocked for VIRTUS.PRO, but Dagestan are getting caught in a pincer here. Major Pride have moved out in the meantime as well, and getting ahead of Dagestan on this rotation. Shots out to the north, sure, but this fight is just destroying the Dagestan outlook.
Yeah, Dagestan taking knocks backwards and forwards. Major Pride also knocked up, but Sly Europe might be able to move in here and get a big third party, but that nade is disgusting! It's all over in a matter of seconds!
Reflect is still alive, Blank. Don't worry, I believe.
Days! How is he not gone?
Sly Europe down to just the 1. Major Pride have lost a player. And in the middle of it all, Nexus from the northeast side, the bloodbath that ensued around Paradise Resort, have a central spot. Unicorns are going to struggle here as well. 2 players from Major Pride. And what is going on? This building for Exo Machina is absolutely pivotal.
Absolutely. He might be able to push it forward just a bit more. For Sly Europe, they had to drop down off the cliff face. They are just on the precipice, saved by the fact that the circle will push in no more than that. But what a nade coming through from VIRTUS.PRO. They looked like they were about to sweep the entirety of the map by themselves. Quickly, speedily, it all went wrong. Cave also taking shots from across the way. You were talking about this team earlier, how they had a real strong position. Nomi, 2 eliminations, 7 elims total for the guys from Major Pride. Sly Europe have to desperately try and fight out versus Cave, who are taking shots the entire time.
Exo Machina, in the middle, just took down the entirety of Unicorns of Love.
Killing it right now.
He's doing so well. What is going on? My goodness me. Nomi, go for a little bit of a Hail Mary right into the jaws of Sly Europe, though, and Cave as well across the way. That backstop being taken down will reduce the amount of sightlines that they have to worry about, and actually Nomi picks up another elimination point for the roster. Creepy has to cross back as well. The buggy's still active. Where do you go, though? Because Sly Europe are right underneath you. There's rocks, sure, but the nades are just going to fly straight on in, and Exo Machina, he's been holding everyone away. Out of nade range so far.
He has a beautiful bit of high ground to play around with too, John.
Oh my God.
I mean, so far this has been a crazy game. Sly Europe might just be able to get out. I think they had to wait for Cave to move off their positions, because as soon as Tenchik starts to move up, Cave spots them. 2 players from Cave, though, they're the real problem. Exo leaves that high ground, knowing now that at this point in the game, it's hugely nadeable. What a jungle gym we're finishing in.
This is all snakes, this finish. I mean, you've got 2 duos, but that is it. Unicorn is now right on the edge of the blue. You can see he's just being tickled by it right now, and it will hurt at stage 7. Exo Machina spotted. Down in 5th as KASIK team get a lot more power, a lot more position in this circle. And Cave right on the edge. Sly Europe have only 1 route up as well. They will be so difficult to make this breach. They need these smokes to work perfectly.
Yeah, Cave really has position now. I think that Sly's maybe been a little bit too slow on this one to get out of there. They could have taken the opportunity whilst Nomi was fighting versus. Exo, smokes have to come out. They're coming out a bit too late, though. finally getting them done. They're trying to keep themselves away from Cave. Nade gets very close to Dimension. There's a little bit of a tickle, and looks like they just try and converge on the top of both of them.
Nomi and Unicorn will want to just snake this one out. 2 first aids are there, sure. You're definitely going to be able to see at least one of these Sly Europe players from up on high. Dimension so close, spots Mandarin standing up. Wait, sees the second as well. DBS shots start to ring through the hillside. Nomi is eliminated in the meantime, and 3 teams remain now. Cave are in it, but Sly are pushing through, staying up as both of them stay alive. Stuck the heal as well. Creepy goes down, and the M4 from the backline doesn't find any value through the smoke. A position here for Unicorn to potentially come in and change things up a little bit, more central than anyone else right now, as Cave take a nade over the top. Creepy goes low, pushing on through. 2 players move in for Sly Europe, and from the edge of the quarry, they have the numbers. Creepy gets that first aid off crucially, the last one in his bag, and Unicorn has such an incredible spot here to sideswipe, to do damage, and will execute onto one. Looks for Mandarin as well, spots the breakout wide, 1 nade in hand, and Creepy is low. Blue zone pushing in, and the tempo not in his favor. Knows there's a player uphill, massive damage onto Mandarin, and Unicorn is ruining the day for everybody involved here, Blank. Creepy around the tree, will stick a hand out, but tucks it back in. Glove back behind the tree, and Unicorn still going for more. Mandarin 1v1.
What an interesting play from Mandarin. Actually moves away from the rock that Unicorn thought he was on, but either way has to move up. Unicorn has to make a play here. Good shots from Mandarin.
1 versus 1 still. The first aid being popped here, but needs the gun instead. It will not go through, and somehow Sly Europe take that one back. What is going on? That was such a crazy finish. Blank right up until the last maybe 30 seconds. It could have gone any way.
I mean, you look backwards and you saw that Sly Europe lost 3 players almost instantaneously to a nade. The fact they got that far was really strong. Great smokes, though, you know, and they played it out. It was very messy, but they reveled in the mess. So, you know, 3 points, I'll take it.
You will. I mean, none of us got any of those prediction points. That's payback for last game. But either way, that was a wild finish. It's Sanhok all the way. We'll take a quick break and go back to the desk.
Your order is here.
Oh, thank you, thank you.
Well, Glarus, what a way to close out Sanhok like that was. Incredible match, to say the least. I mean, I know we're a really big fan of seeing players drive around. I think that's like my favorite pastime.
Oh, yeah. Give me, actually, no, don't give me any more of that, all right? It was causing me major anxiety throughout this entire game as I picked Dagestan, and all of a sudden, there's Limbo Boom just was circling around. So I get why he's doing it. He's making noise. It's actually a more efficient way of like kind of peacocking almost and making sure other teams aren't kind of encroaching on your position. But I was anxious for a good half of that game here, Junior. That was awful.
That was an interesting one indeed, but looking as well at the match ranking specifically, which, you know, after that nerve-wracking half, Sly Europe do manage to get themselves a chicken dinner, but KASIK team again up on that scoreboard with the points, 6 LMs and 6 for placement.
Yeah, KASIK team, actually, it was kind of a bit of a slow roll for them here, as much as, yes, they do get some limbs on the board here with all of it. I didn't expect them to do much in the north, considering that Unicorn was solo for such a long time, and Unicorn and English were 2 for such a long time. So, but it's by the by here. I think one thing that really stood out to me was smart rotations by Cave. I thought that them moving across Quarry was super cool to see, considering normally you wouldn't make that move. Quarry's awful. You don't want to be moving through Quarry. But I can't believe Blank got a prediction right with Sly. Oh,
Can you believe it? I mean, we were kind of debating on Cave, but unfortunately that also didn't work out. But Sly up against KASIK team. This time around, it's not as close potentially as the last 2 games that we've seen. It felt like Sly just doing a lot more damage. But still, when it comes to eliminations, it's basically, I don't want to say tied because I know 6 is more than 5. But you know, that's just difficult sometimes.
I think that Sly are impressing me more recently than they did in phase 1. Reason being, I think they're getting better in terms of recovering from almost lost out fights, and I think they're moving and gunning a lot more. In phase 1, I felt like it was a bit of a slow process for Sly. Maybe they were finding a compound and not even winning sometimes from some of those compounds that they would be coming to them via circle, but I feel like they're chasing a bit more as Sly now, so I can understand why Blank may go with them here, considering that I think he's probably impressed by their progression as well.
Probably. I mean, you know what? We gotta give it to Blank. Finally, he got something right. That's a good thing.
Yeah, good job.
We'll give him a round of applause. But looking at the highlights as well, I think it's just going to be a further emphasis on the bloodbath that we just witnessed on Sanhok. I mean, we're expecting this. It's Sanhok again. You're kind of expecting it to turn out one way or the other, but it was an entertaining one to watch. Maybe minus the driving.
No, not the driving. No, absolutely not. Let's not have that again. I was on the edge for a long time here, but as you say, looking at these highlights, I think one thing that does stand out to me about Dagestan is technically they could have had the winning position, but they allowed teams to leapfrog them because they were too concerned about people coming across this hill line, this ridge line that you're seeing here, where an absolute war is going on. Do I think that Dagestan could have been fine deeper towards Quarry and then probably holding out Sly down the line because there was so much war going on this west side? Yes, I do think that is the case. So Dagestan could be able to convert a little bit more on this game, but they got a little bit, I think, overzealous with moving out as far west as they did, considering they had a really keen spot to be able to hold onto this game with.
That's all they got. Yeah, we were looking at Major Pride as well. I mean, that's the prediction that we saw the majority of talent coming out from. But unfortunately, Major Pride, a couple of missteps in those final crucial moments, and they are just losing members. I mean, I don't want to say dropping like flies, but what do you think?
It's a good question. It's difficult to say on Sanhok and how this kind of plays out, to be perfectly honest with you. So I'm going to have to abstain.
I plead the 5th. That's okay.
Yes, this.
Yeah, that's perfectly fine. Well, let's have a look at the match report, however, because those are numbers. Those are very much statistics, which are always very reliable. We're looking at, did you hear about that?
Well, I mean, EXO, the fact that he's able to do as much damage as he was done on Sanhok is very surprising. And we have Limbo Boom with Top Traveler. What a surprise. Because he was in that car for such a long time.
It was actually funny.
Yeah.
Because that was kind of something that we said, we're like, oh yeah, maybe he's just driving around. He's going to be in the top 5 players of most distance travel. There you go. He's got it. I mean, listen, his name is up on the screen. He got on that podium, and that's all that matters. But let's thanks as well, Monster, for giving us the energy to keep going, to keep driving, really. Because, I mean, you don't want to drive when you're tired. I don't have a driver's license, but I assume so.
Don't you? Oh, I love driving. Don't get me started on driving.
Oh, but you don't like it when players drive, but you're allowed to drive.
Yeah, I like my car, all right, in real life. But when people are just driving around in circles like that, although that being said, doing donuts is also quite fun. So maybe that's what he was trying to do.
Yeah, it's just like practice. But looking at the overall standings, however, because again, we are now 3 games into the first day of Stage 2. PMPL EU Sly Europe sitting on the top with 34 points. I mean, I love, again, how it's all so condensed. It's like a couple of points difference. It's always how it starts off. And then one of the teams is just going to go to the moon.
I think what's really cool as well is the fact that we don't have some of the usual suspects up here just yet. Yes, we're only 3 games into Phase 2 here, but it does show that the rest of the lobby from week to week is adapting to what they've seen so far and how they're going to be playing things out, even though some of these endings have come down to the wire. So, I mean, that's what we like to see anyway, down to the wire.
Down to the wire indeed. MADBULLS, however, is also, I don't want to say down to the wire for them because they're 15th at the moment. It feels like maybe they're slowing down a little. That consistency that we've seen from them last week, specifically here on this first play day so far, maybe cooled off a little during that break.
I think that a lot of these, some of the top names are kind of catching each other in rotation. What happens in PUBG Mobile is some of the channels of rotation are optimum, and because some of the best teams know that they're the optimal paths, they run into each other a lot. So on Miramar, for example, MUERTE runs into MADBULLS, and then they end their campaign very early on that game, right? So sometimes you get the best teams running into each other early in these games.
Well, it's an unfortunate situation for these teams to be in, but what a good situation for us to be in is the fact that we have lovely casters to be taking us through the next map, and those are, again, Blank and John.
One more Erangel. It was so crazy in that last Sanhok Blank. I think we need to chill out with, you know, back to basic building blocks here over on Erangel.
Unmute. But other than that, it's fine.
On Discord. Everyone would have heard me.
There we go. Yeah.
Go back to Erangel.
I think I just about heard you on live, and then I turned off listening to live because I don't like that. But at the same time, it kind of assisted. The only problem was is you cut off halfway, and I was like, now I know where I'm going. So you're going to have to repeat that quickly, John, because I've taken too much time on that.
It's fine. We're going into Erangel.
It's fine. Okay.
It's fine. It's fine. Only Sly Europe of the top 3 are going to be playing in this one. Major Pride with their chance to try and put that dent back in it after going down a little bit earlier than they would have liked in that last round. 30 points to 34. 4th place to 1st. It's still very, very bunched up. Of course, we've only had like it's 3 matches, right? So everybody's going to be super close on those point standings right now.
Oh, for sure, John, for sure. And I think that, you know, like you said, one of our top 3 only playing this one, Sly Europe, with Nexus Gaming, KASIK not playing. Major Pride in this one though still, which is always good to see. They're on their 3rd game so far. So Sly Europe does have a significant advantage considering they've played 3 matches. So this is a real good chance for Major Pride to put themselves back on the map. Nexus not playing means that we do have, in fact, MUERTE Power now open. We also don't have KASIK in this one. So there is a few areas on the map which is a little bit more accessible. I think a lot of times KASIK creates a little bit of a problem over towards Pachinki side, which is where you will have teams up towards Rozhok, you'll have teams down towards Pachinki, and also teams down towards Ferry Pier. So actually getting through this area, be it between this rotation or heading up through Quarry to here, you are going to struggle a little bit considering there are always going to be teams that are causing problems on this side. With KASIK not in though, this rotation becomes a little bit more simple. The issue we're having right now is with this playing path, we've got a lot of the teams down this side. So we'll be a little bit more time before we see a lot of teams actually able to get over towards this side of the map. But I'm not too worried here very much. Team Doom as well as Avalanche currently on a split at the moment. We got one player, Jay, here, and also the rest of the team rocking up here. So that's fairly interesting so far. And back to basics for Gladiators up in North George.
I mean, you say back to basics, but they have dropped Kitsune on the south side of the river right now. I mean, I imagine that's just for vehicles, but it looks like yet to mount up and regroup. So this could potentially be a little bit of an adjustment. No, he's into a vehicle. Yeah, just get on up to North George.
Yeah, a lot of times we see with Gladiators that they struggle getting out from this position a few times. I think that does cause them some issues coming through from North George. So having more vehicles is always ideal, being able to have an escape route out of that one. Having this long lineup as well over North George is a little bit dangerous, John. I will say, considering you can have another team drop here and then quickly be overwhelmed. Unicorns Love and Shockwave up towards their northern side. They are sharing it right now with Cave, but they more or less shunted them out all the way towards the west. In the meantime, MADBULLS were able to pick up an elimination over towards Major Pride, who took quite the confident split, I'd say, early on in this game, trying to control over towards Rozhok. I think that you can get maybe a little too big for your boots here. Again, MADBULLS, yes, maybe not performing hugely at the moment. There were only a few games in. MADBULLS can bounce back whenever. So I think that if you're Major Pride, remaining towards Sunken and trying to get this area of ruins locked down is much more ideal than trying to encroach on the territory of MADBULLS. Because again, they have Gamelot towards the northern side. They have Dagestan down towards the south. MADBULLS has already got a lot on their plate. So if you start trying to get in on the area on the western side, they're going to try and clear that out as soon as possible.
Yeah, you do not want to allow too many teams to feel somewhat secure in your locale. Not ideal. Slide Europe breaking out to the east and rotating up on that area. Gamelord normally head out towards Yasnaya, but they have dropped short given that western plane path. I don't know if they're going to break out a little bit later, but could potentially be a newer entrant towards that area of the map, right? Normally they're going to be driving south from Yasnaya on a circle like this.
Yeah, they can certainly get looted up. I think that, you know, it used to be in the past that Gladiators would be able to really easily hold down North George. They're very good at it. It's very difficult to win versus fights on them, but I think that has fallen off just a little bit. So Cave right now could get themselves a bit where actually they could win out versus Gladiators, get themselves an initial pick. I think Max was actually memeing a little bit, saying that Matic does let the inner voice win far too often, which is really true. And I think we do see him go down quite quickly. But he does serve that role in the team. He fulfills that role of the guy that will be sent forward first. He's not afraid to do it, and you need someone who's a bit of a daredevil sometimes. I think the rest of the team is quite tactical, but having a scout like that look says, right, this is either going to be an amazing play or I'm going to die, and there's going to be absolutely nothing gained from it. I think that is sometimes the difference between them winning a game and losing a game, but more often than not, finding that big win, finding that big position is what takes Gladiators to those big heights where they're able to get a massive amount of eliminations on their games.
I mean, it's that threat as well, right? When teams come up against you, they know, oh no, Matic's going to run us down. What do we do?
Yeah, exactly.
As well. So it's also part of that mind game, part of that strategy, because if you do come up against Gladiators, how are you going to deal with that? All of a sudden, you have to change up your game plan, and maybe you're a little bit less used to dealing with something like that.
Because they're a slow team typically, right? They're a slow and tactical team typically, but they have these moments of the nitro boost is on, right? And I think that's what makes them a little bit terrifying to deal with. Because as you say, there is always that moment where they could switch up their gameplay very quickly, in which case you have to react. And more often than not, you do not want to be the team reacting to a play. You want to be able to put a team on the back foot. Looking down towards Excuse Me, trying to get themselves some more points. So far, Excuse Me, haven't been able to find too much whatsoever. 8 points though, it's not too bad. We don't right now have any team that is looking very much down the look like they've had a game that has just been completely poor. So I think that Phase 2 is looking nice in the sense that a lot of these teams look like they have really progressed since Phase 1. And given that break, they've put the work in to try and pump up as many points as possible, which is really important. Considering we're down to 19 teams overall now, you know, if you want to really pump out those PMGC points, you are losing 4 potential elimination points per game, right? And that does add up in the long run. So for some of these teams, if they want to be able to secure their position towards PMGC, then you have to pump these points up more than ever.
Yeah, absolutely. It's unfortunate, but that's, you know, that's just what happens sometimes. You definitely want to be taking what you can when you can in these circles. KONINA Power have taken priority near Pachinki, breaking out to that northwest side of it, holding that church and even further out in the garages there. Trying to take those 2 stacks. Major Pride also very close by, having moved into the east end of Gatka. ARR probably not too happy about that.
Yeah, a very, very strong team. They are down to 3 players now. And I said at the beginning of the game, this is a match where they could certainly put up some big points and hopefully get themselves up the rankings. Considering they're a match behind Sly Europe, Nexus, and KASIK team, this was a very, very good opportunity for them to set themselves upwards. But losing Effect right off the bat is really problematic. Now, Kalara said something that I really loved at the start of the day, which is the fact that the team is getting more and more used to now really supporting Effect as a player, which is kind of how MADBULLS played overall. To support him as a player, and he's sort of this one-man army, right? And the rest of the players are almost like utility. What I have loved to see, though, is that sort of playstyle has changed a little bit. They still support Effect, and he's still a really, really big player on that team. Really influential. However, Nomi has shown himself to be very strong as well, like a really good fragger. And with Monkey as well as Dino on the team, I think they can still have a good game here. They just have to play a bit more cautiously. Monkey going down to scout out the rest of Team Doom on his own, that worries me.
That really does, yeah. Kind of crazy. Sees the vehicles coming back his way and turns tail almost immediately back through the trees. Central circle keeps the water out of it. This is pretty kind, actually. It keeps Pachinki in, and it gets a lot of those hillsides still in the mix of it as well.
Yeah, again, there's not a lot of space now opening up, though, towards the center of this circle. There's areas on the edge, but as we know, this is a central-focused lobby. A lot of teams are going to be looking for the middle areas as much as they can, those compounds that will give them high priority later on. Great rundown from Major Pride, though, which leaves Shockwave in an awkward situation where they're playing this 2-2 split, already lost another player, and there it is. Good stuff. Major Pride locked down a very strong compound with just 3 players. And I think that is a bold move coming through from them. That could have been a full 4-man squad, but great rundown to start things off.
Yeah, getting some good reads on this one, Major Pride. Take a little bit of control. Unicorn to Love fell in the face of the MADBULLS on the northern side, near ruins in the meantime as well. So those headshot hills to the north of Pachinki to be a little bit more clear, and in fact, only MADBULLS currently occupying them. Game Lords did break out towards Yasnaya, so they are slowly making their way down southwest from there.
Yeah, for MADBULLS, that initial knock actually was a lot bigger than people would normally think. Getting that knock onto Effect means that Major Pride aren't going to hold around Sunken. They aren't going to hold for people passing through ruins. They need to find a central compound and quick to play out the rest of the game with 3 players, which is exactly what they did. But what it did allow was for MADBULLS to take more control over towards that western side without worrying about Major Pride being in the position. So when they see Unicorns of Love, they're happy to take that one-on-one. And pick up a lot of eliminations for their troubles, up to 5 already.
Matic, the Mad Dog. She used to be fair, the nomiker that we would give to Tixie. It felt like Tixie was that kind of crazy wild dog that would just run off its leash and go for anything in its sight. Feels like Tixie, as of late, does not hold that title, and as you were talking about before, Matic has kind of taken up that mantle.
I think Matic's always kind of had that mantle. I think he's definitely a tool as opposed to a mad dog, I'd say, on that team. Tool, obviously.
A tool?
Yeah, he can't. Not meant as an insult. He's a very useful tool, right? He's a 64 pack Allen key. So good stuff. It's what you need for any situation. He's there and useful for it. For MADBULLS, on the other hand, I think that, yeah, bit mad doggish in the sense that they will make some crazy plays, but when they work out, boy, do they work out. But for Tixie, and Tixie's supremacy overall, I think people could be really happy with this player. He's matured massively. He's still at the forefront of that team as a fragger, but a lot of times provides more time for the rest of the team to play around him, which is what is making them into this strong team. I think they've had several shifts in gameplay. Now, that is really unfortunate because you can see them trying to make a rotation up towards that northern side. With a shift like that, now they have to come back down and tread ground that they've already moved over.
Cave as well, just may be able to slice in on that south hill. VIRTUS.PRO moving fast to the compound on those south hills. There's a lot of cover there. The hills do pose a threat to that position, so potential for Sly Europe and Cave to give VIRTUS.PRO trouble on these areas, but very, very good sort of top 3 position for VIRTUS.PRO.
Is overall a really horrible place on the map to play. Shifu continues to take these shots. This is a really nice spot to play in from the actual church tower itself. Fortunately, they're not really in towards the circle. Major Pride very good at picking these hyper good locations around the map. I mean, this one's not hugely influential as a position to take shots at everyone in the lobby. What it will give them is more presence towards the next couple of circles, which is going to be important. But these fielded areas really difficult to play. A lot of times you're going to put yourself in a spot where you're not necessarily going to see another team for quite some time, but you're banking towards that late game, that you're in a position where you can comfortably see out the rest of the game yourself. You can see, look at this, it is just tree lines, fields. You have to work what you're given here.
Gladiators have gone for a wide swing around the west side of this circle to try and swing in behind VIRTUS.PRO on those hillsides. They'll have to contend with Sly Europe, and Cave gave up that position. They didn't choose to take it. They stayed on those hills to the western side of this next circle. Major Pride very central. ARR also on some compounds. Very nice to hold, but maybe teams like Excuse Me and Shockwave can push in the time to come. KONINA Power as well from the north.
Yeah, VIRTUS.PRO currently have a really strong spot within the circle. They're hoping for another southern shift though. If they get that, they just command such a presence over the fielded area. It's going to be really difficult to get rid of them. You know, you might want to go for a really, really nice quick crash on towards their side. You know, Gladiators or Sly Europe could go for something like that. Dagestan currently find Tulika. MADBULLS haven't responded as of yet. They've made this rotation over towards that eastern side, quickly through. Limbo Boom drops out the car. That's unfortunate. Tulika down, though.
Tulika got taken out there. Frozen still fragging out. Limbo Boom in action close by, but Frozen still in it. Team Doom over the ridge line. Find Zadira. And that is going to be Dagestan eliminated. MADBULLS as well, struggling. Team Doom need these 2 reses.
Yeah, great knocks though. Zerich finds another and they might be able to translate onto this next fight. They have to get up there quick. Frozen currently recuperate in terms of HP, but 2 knocks. This is go time for MADBULLS. Zerich lags behind just a little bit. Sly Europe go versus Avalanche. It's going both ways though.
I don't know where Avalanche came from there. I wasn't tracking their rotation. Busy on the eastern side, but Sly Europe taking heavy, heavy punishment. Gladiators can move across and just third party there so effectively. Look at Matic's position. Ree going out wide. Woodson is there, sure, behind the tree, but Tixi just has such great angles. The wide swing from Matic puts Reflect's back position into essentially a useless spot, right? He just needs to get out of there if he can. CJ falls and Gladiators will just sweep this one.
Yeah, I mean, Gladiators just pick up a lot of eliminations for their troubles on that side. Up to 3 elims now. Looking to finish off the last players from Sly Europe. Could be up to 4 if they find this last player. MADBULLS fly through up to leave Team Doom in the dust straight towards Major Pride's position. It's 3v3.
Frozen first up to bat. Dino will be able to knock him out the park, but unfortunately caught on the next one. Zerich is also down, leaving just Fleeke on the push-up. Looking for a 1 versus 1 as Monkey now wants to save his teammates, but losing one already. Dino last standing for that res. Fleeke has better HP right now. Wants to go for the challenge. UMP, close range, deadly and effective. 14 bullets now left in the mag. Wants to go for the reload. Pops more back into the chamber and now has a lot more to work with. Monkey around the side. In the meantime, be able to cut him down on the run out. Nicely held, but Major Pride down to 2. Very difficult to get this res as well.
Still a decent spot to end up in. The fact that Major Pride is able to hold off MADBULLS is real impressive. Monkey once again showing what he's good for is those clutch moments, just like he did at the start of the day. The fact that we saw shots coming through from other teams over towards that position, and Monkey was just dodging all over the place. Very, very speedy with it. His dexterity maxed out there.
Looking at the map, as it currently sits, Team Doom have a really high priority position right on the peak of the hill, but rolling down that hill from further up is going to be fairly effective for whoever is able to hold that. Gladiators move back across from that south hill. They don't want to take that VIRTUS.PRO compound. Are they going to be able to third-party this?
Cave taking shots. Gladiators, like you said, doing what they do best. Is these third-party plays. Influence takes a lot of damage, will go down, but Gladiators send 2 in, barreling towards the opponents of Cave. Quickly dealt with, though. Just Creepy remaining. Pretty scary member coming through from the Cave squad. But he's sending dead central. And Kitsune still going over towards Excuse Me.
Over towards Excuse Me, and taking control of the top of this hill that they can start to move down. If ARR can slow them down on the north side, maybe, but Excuse Me really, really struggling. Kitsune on a massive off angle here for the roster and doing so much, leading from the front, breaking out wide and displaying strength here. Tixi straight through the smoke. Not a care in the world. Beck trying to fall out the back, but you just can't get away from this squad. The rundown is so strong. 2 players left standing. Make that 1 and make that none. Gladiators confirm the top of this hill. Nobody is nearby.
Yeah, this feels like a Gladiators game to me. I don't think there's really anyone else that can kind of challenge them here. Mostly they're going to be put out by the fact that they don't own a compound, but they are looking extremely hungry on this next match. Team Doom holds central. They took a couple of knocks from MADBULLS earlier, but were able to quickly bring that back up to speed.
Tapok breaking out wide, wants to scout from the high ground, get some information around them, maybe over towards Game Lord as well as you crest this ridge. They will come into view, but they're behind some trees. If you can spot a vehicle, could give the game away. Major Pride with 2, still very much in it as well.
Could get very far into this game. Again, I'm not expecting a chicken dinner coming out from Major Pride so far.
6 limbs.
6 limbs. It's not bad, though. It's not a bad game whatsoever. And they need to salvage this one after the fact that Effect went down early. And they're salvaging it right now. This is the ideal thing. Going up against a team like MADBULLS as well, difficult.
Gladiators are playing very, very slow on the western side. They're even sending further out into the blue. Very tentative to step forwards on their ridgeline. Victor for Game Lord. I've got all 4 players up, but Reflect wants to change that. Victor breaks out wide and actually dodges the full damage out. Nade! Reflect caught to the crossfire. Victor takes him down. Okay, happy feet there from Victor. Gets that first aid off. The Team Doom are going to go for this cross. Game Lord, Gladiators now started to move further on this hillside.
Yeah, trying to move through. Doom don't have the most ideal of positions, but it is a position. It's the main thing.
Certainly does exist.
Gladiators have a lot of space to play with here. AAR up towards that northern side. The only thing that's going for Team Doom at the moment is the fact that they have a position to play from, to take shots out towards other teams, but as a compound, it's not really much better than just having a car in front of you. I think they need to spread themselves out just a little bit here, John.
You've predicted them to win, though, Blank.
I have, yeah. I think that, you know, Gladiators, they may struggle a little bit getting in towards this area. There's a lot of teams still around here that can see their approach, which is why they're sticking on this high ground for as long as possible before it's necessary. AAR also getting quite close to them.
Yeah, ARR definitely moving up here. Tapok breaking out wide, but Matic matches that rotation, as does Tixi. Tapok could get caught if you're not careful. Spotted in the buggy, it's smoking already. So does really need to watch himself there. Gladiators matching that wide swing against Tapok, I think, is going to be absolutely pivotal here. Tixi rolls straight on forwards. I said we were talking about Matic and Tixi sort of trading off those rolls. It felt like Tixi was reliving those glory days. Tixi supremacy. And is definitely laying down the gauntlet here on the northern side. A nade being cooked for Tapok, but there's a nade coming through from Tixi as well. Is either of them going to land? It doesn't look like there's too much damage here. Kitsune's close, Meku, Matic at the back as well. And ARR is split still.
Yeah, I'm not sure what Access and Beck are currently doing. Are we trying to get some sightlines onto it? Tapok's down to his last nade here. Just trying to delay Gladiators as much as possible. And then jumps back into the buggy towards that compound itself. Circle moves over towards that eastern side, and AAR forced to move in.
as a Gladiators, though, I mean, they also are going to have to shunt in a little bit further. Fortunately, it is only ARR that is going to be their main competition in doing so. Those trees in front of them, they can work those very, very effectively. And VIRTUS.PRO are going to have to cross out in the open. With GameLord taking a look their way, it's not going to be easy.
Hopefully. Ooh, what a dangerous little play from him. Creepy still within a little shack.
I was going to say, having that Mini 14 in this sort of a field finish is very valuable for Kitsune.
Yeah, and I mean, they're not shunted off all of the high ground just yet, so they can wait things out. Again, Elementrix as well as AAR realize that most likely will have to fight versus Gladiators. They still can move all the way down towards the eastern side, but it will most likely be held, and that'll be sending through a fielded area as well, which makes them even bigger and easier of a target. I love this from Monkey. 2 nades still in the pocket, knows that the crash is coming.
Definitely does. Sees it now coming over the hill. VIRTUS.PRO trying to mount this assault. It's going, well, a little bit pear-shaped here as Dino tries to use the tumbling buggy for cover. 2 of the VIRTUS.PRO players go down, and you know what, Blank? This isn't even in the next zone.
Was it worth it? Maybe. They can get 4 players back up into action. Right now, AAR still going up against Gladiators. They spent a lot of their grenades very early on. Tixi still has smokes, going to lock them down over on this location. Try to get ahead of them, but AAR refusing to let up. GameLord's got some great angles their way, though.
Yeah, it's really unfortunate for ARR that GameLord still hold this far field position. It's just still in the zone as well. Shots just landing onto everybody. Team Doom are on broadside, just cowering behind it. And GameLord, so powerful in this current circle, but right on the edge and very unlikely to go too much further.
Yeah, that is the main issue, right? I think when we start to see this circle edging again on the next one, life becomes a lot harder. Dino almost finishes out. This is a 1v2 with Singlet very low. They do a great job to hold them off as long as they did.
Yeah. 9 eliminations for the Gladiators so far on this game. Tixi forward, spotted by someone. It's the ridgeline, Sanhok. Pushes him back. Tixi needs to get to cover here. Meku needs to suppress. Matic moves up to try and bring up that flank. Sanhok out wide, gets spotted. Meku does what he needs to. He gets the job done, but his teammates are starting to fall as well. Another knock spotted. 2 players will fall for Gladiators. 2 up on the high ground as well, going down as they need to enact these reses, but the nade over the top from Beck could be huge. Looks for more. Tixi is flushed. Another one over onto Meku as well, and it's just Matic sticking the res. Team Doom can try and weather this storm.
Yeah, perhaps. I mean, this is what I thought was always going to happen. Is as this circle starts to pull through, that's when 2 of these teams both have to start going against each other. Kitsune extremely low. Sanhok, I think, been raised back up here, maybe. Circle stops, dead on top of Team Doom. 10 eliminations, smokes all down. AAR still going at it, but GameLord has eyes on. And with Sanhok falling, I think AAR's dreams are starting to slip between the fingers.
That was a re-knock onto Sanhok as well, so after that res came through. All of the Gladiators are back up now. Meku needs to get this heal off. He's got the Mini 14 still in hand, and the pickup, that's not going to work out for you. Kitsune able to nail those shots with the Mini 14. Creepy is still out there for Cave, but the circle goes to Doom.
I think Team Doom has a slight advantage as well, considering the fact that Gladiators had to spend so many of their nades over towards AAR. The major problem that Team Doom's falling into, nice run over, is the fact that they are in nade range soon.
Matic might not even get the re-knock there. The answer there comes through from Kitsune instead. Becker going down. Elementrix wants the trade, but Kitsune is standing so tall for Gladiators right now. They are fighting through the pain as Matic falls. 1 versus 1, and it's the dominator of teams himself, Sanhok, to move through. 3 players to worry about now, but only 1 active. Meku may be up, and another sightline to be worried about. Kitsune gets the spread, gets the trade, and Kitsune is still there. What a player coming through. A massive punch from the IGL. VIRTUS.PRO don't look like they have the sightlines just yet.
The fact that Team Doom's done nothing about this as well is fairly amusing. 13 eliminations, but very much down on meds, down on anything really. They can get a resupply over towards the guys on AAR. Team Doom has to keep pressuring. fact they've not even looked in the direction of Gladiators is a little bit concerning. But they are so low, with little to nothing remaining.
13 eliminations now for Gladiators after the wipe that they just found.
Yeah, it's a big game.
Remain. This is a big game for Gladiators no matter what.
The elimination count has been absolutely unbelievable. The fact that Meku was able to get that knock, that flush, as he was brought back up to life, it was just a little too slow from Sanhok. Just a little bit too slow. And as soon as he saw that there was two players there, he had to divert his attention, and it became very scary there forward. Matic, Kitsune, both moving up. And Team Doom's way too preoccupied with Gladiators still.
I mean, they're preoccupied with just...
With game loss, sorry, yeah.
The nades start to come out of the shack from Team Doom. And you can see the fear that that just instilled in Gladiators. They move back so far away from things. Navallo spotted. But what can you do? You can't peek these because they're playing such an effective Pepper Pot style. Meku on the ridgeline. Victor not going to get a tickle there, but pushes them off. Navallo behind the forward position, but that is the end of the hard cover for Gamelord.
Yeah, it's the utility that was spent on the fight between them and AAR, which is really lacking. The fact they've still got first aid kits left, though, is a really big boon there for the guys from Gladiators. Gamelord have the biggest struggle that they've got to move through a fielded area. Good shots from Meku once again. Navallo very low, but not flush, not knocked.
Not just yet. The nade's still plentiful. 6 in the hands of Zeus. Lobbing that one up, but that's huge. Gamelord find 1 and 2. This is brilliant news for Gladiators, because Gamelord, unlikely that they make it all the way through here, and Gladiators can start to leverage that advantage with the double knock going on inside the shack. Over the ridgeline they go, it's go time, and looking to take down Team Doom and turn around and take care of Gamelord themselves as well, who are hidden in this smoke right now to try and stay alive. Victor down, just Rob's remaining, and Matic with a sliver of HP is still going. One player for both of the teams that stand in their way. Kitsune charges in. Rez is not going to be able to come through for Team Doom. Knows there's another player to worry about, however, and will spot the running out in the shack. Gamelord's not going to have an answer here as they're just sticking these reses. Flush is coming through. 15 eliminations now in, and he's not taking any prisoners here. Kitsune rolls them down. And Meku turns his attention to the fields.
Gamelord still looking for a bit more. Steps up for a second. Robs and Navallo remaining, two really good players who stepped up recently for the Gamelord team. It has been a slog and a half for them. MG free, just send bullets down range. They must have got massive resupply on the nades though, John, which is really big, but Navallo's still got 3 nades and edges his way over. Nade behind, it's really good.
First aid didn't go off in time. Navallo gets 1, and could it all come crumbling down here? They've got 17 limbs, and it does. It's Gamelord from out of nowhere to take that down across the way. It looked so difficult for them to make their way through those fields, but they absolutely are able to reap the harvest of the seeds they sowed.
Oh, very, very well done. Really bided their time. I love that ending, though. I mean, Navallo edging around the side. They had such a tough game ahead of them as well. I think that it was more of a case that they had to take the fight between them and VIRTUS.PRO, between them and Team Doom. They had to keep AAR and Gladiators at bay on the ridge side. They had a lot of things to focus on, and I think that they divvied up their attention very, very nicely to get that far into the game. Team Doom, on the other hand, it's a fun pick to go for, right? But we can say exactly why they lost that game is the fact that they just didn't really do anything. There was a massive amount of third-party potential up towards that ridge side between them and AAR as well as Gladiators, and they could have used the shack behind them to eliminate that sight line from VIRTUS.PRO as well as Gamelord, but they don't. They basically just waited, and that game right there, all I can think about is it was just a points game for them.
Gladiators lost a player as well on that push, which was really unfortunate. Brought it into a 2 versus 2. If things had gone a different way, they would have gone a different way. Say something more obvious. But we're going to go to a short break, and when we come back, I'll break down just how Gamelord were able to take that one.
Welcome back to the fourth and penultimate game today at PMPL Stage 2 Day 1. I'm Gina, your host, joined by Kalaris on the desk. For a second there, we really, for a second, I'm going to be honest, all of us thought that Doom was going to get it. Every single one.
Yeah, it was close. It really was. I mean, the fact that they had the shack, I was surprised at the timing which they moved out of the shack. Also, when you're in there and you don't really have much time in that looting phase, and you probably don't have that many smokes, you probably don't have that many vehicles to create extra kind of bunkers and walls around yourself as well. As soon as you come out, you're going to get blasted. And for Team Doom, unfortunately, that was the case.
Yeah, it's Game Lords, however, who end up first, and Gladiators on top with a total of 23 points. Really good performances from the team. MADBULLS also seem to have woken up a little bit here. They're climbing the rankings in terms of elimination points, but not much in placement points.
Yeah, I will say for Gladiators, 17 elims without getting the chicken dinner. One, that's got to sting a little bit, but two, the fact that they were able to fight, recover on that west side when I thought they weren't going to get out off that hill was pretty insane. They showed some extreme tenacity there, and for Gladiators, I think we kind of expected this, Janira, right? The slow roll of them assimilating information on this lobby from phase 1, slowly through phase 1. They're a slow starter, but once they get going, they're not going to let go.
Absolutely. It's a classic case of like when you try your best but you don't succeed. It's unfortunate for them, but still in lead when it comes to those points. And their statistics overall this time around, I mean, look at Kitsune.
That's ridiculous. Normally we're like, okay, yeah, you've done over 1,000 damage. Good job, little
wow.
Well done. But that 1,353, that is some monstrous numbers coming out from him. And again, when you're kind of Kitsune, for Gladiators, is always leading from the front, right? He's the guy, he's like kind of the mastermind behind a lot of what they do. And the fact that he can also frag out and show this kind of power as well is pretty insane. These fights here that we're seeing on this highlight, I didn't think they were going to survive this against R, but they actually were able to recover so well here, which I thought was going to get them the win, but it wasn't to be.
Yeah, and also, I mean, he had 6 assists and 6 elims, which means out of the 17, he contributed to 12 in total. So all in all, as you said, leading from the front setting, leading by example. But again, I mean, it feels like today specifically, the endings of every single map has just been, I want to say mind-blowing, but it's mainly just like people throwing nades at each other.
Yeah, there's a lot of that, especially, I mean, when it comes to a game of PUBG Mobile, I think it's super important that you have some trigger discipline and how much utility you spend through the mid to late game and save them for the very late game, because you're in close proximity to one another. Those grenades are going to have extreme value, as you could see here, towards these final moments.
Yeah, I hope you guys are taking notes, because that's going to be on the exam. The fact of trigger discipline. Not actually the top damage it is, but I mean, Gladiators, what? 3,000? I mean, Doom doing 1,231 for Doom standards. That is quite impressive. It feels like, again, this is a good game from there, and they have woken up a little bit. Looking forward to see how that's going to translate in the final map of today. But, I mean, Gladiators are just... They were playing a different game, but on the same map.
Yeah, they were playing it very well out. I think if it isn't for the MG3 on the other side here for Game Lord, there is the world where they actually do get the victory off of Game Lord here. But the fact that one thing I want to say about Game Lord, if I may, Janira, is that they are showing a real propensity to good games coming through fields, moving through fields and being able to survive where there is very little cover, understanding how much kind of range they have against some of these teams as they move through the field, and being able to survive through them. They're one of the best in this lobby, I would say, at being able to traverse fields where you're really not working with much. So kudos to Game Lord for making it from that east side.
Yeah, I mean, paid off for them this time around as well, and they went to those treacherous journeys and came out on top. But something else that's coming out on top are the new skin collections, because they are looking pretty good, if I do say so myself.
Yeah, definitely. Gotta get the right bling for in-game and looking okay and tight.
Absolutely. Let's have a look at, if you don't believe us, we'll literally show you. we said they looked good, and by the proof, you can tell that we have good taste because those are fire.
Yeah, the Dark Rain one, it's reminding me of like Raiden from MGS, and I'm all about that. Yes, give me more Metal Gear in my life.
Yeah, give it. But also give us the overall rankings because fourth game, Phase 2's day 1. I mean, major prize sitting on top. We haven't seen that in a while, but with that consistency coming out from the roster today in every single game so far, and that chicken dinner, they're chilling.
Super close, eh? Like with, I mean, obviously Sly is slightly the outlier because they've now played all 4 of their games for today. So we'll see how these teams with only 3 games under their belt are going to try and bump things up here. But it is closer today, I want to say, at the top compared to any other season of PMPL we have had for day number 1, which is exciting. Like, I'm hoping that it continues down this trend so we get like a proper battle towards the top.
Yeah, because that definitely kind of sets a precedence for how the rest of the next couple of days are going to be going, how the rest of the weekend is going to go, because if everything is just this close and if everyone is just really fighting for a piece of the pie, I mean, there's so much pie to go around, but it also makes it a lot more interesting because what we've seen last phase specifically was, you know, the 2 teams that were sitting at the top, the MUERTE and MADBULLS, were absolutely impossible to dethrone them. They had such a big lead coming into the 4th day even. So this is getting really exciting because it not only is it a testament to the fact that it's getting closer, the teams are also becoming more and more competitive. They're adapting quicker. They're learning from the VODs. So to see how this is going to be playing out on the second Miramar of today, we'll find out with John and Blank.
We've got Erangel coming up. Blank, sorry, no, wait, it is Erangel, right? Or have I just imagined Miramar? No, it's Miramar. I have completely imagined that, you're right. But yeah, we're going over to Miramar. This is going to be the only map today with 16 teams playing in it.
That's right. I mean, we're about to see the map at least a little bit more populated, which is going to be nice, but it will make some of these rotations a little bit more difficult going forward. Maybe we'll see some more of this high ground play that we saw at the start of the day, which was very, very fun to watch. I enjoyed it particularly. But yeah, there are some key teams, some key players that are really stepping up time and time again. The fact that Major Pride were able to get so far in that last game as well is a real testament to their ability, considering they lost a player right off the bat, and arguably their best player as well. It's great news. Team Doom, I think, sailed towards a good ending, but Game Lord, yeah, a lot better. It looked nice from Game Lord that time around, and I was saying how it looks like they've improved and they're starting playing off each other a lot better. I want to see more of that, but every time I say that, I don't. So I'm just gonna let them cook, and see what they can get done.
See if they can indeed chef up a win here as we head into the last game of today. The first day of Phase 2 has been, as they were saying over on the desk, really nice to see this level of competition, even towards that top side of the tables. I mean, we've had a lot of really strong games, obviously most notably Gladiators in that last one with 17 eliminations. If they'd have won it, it would have been 2 extra eliminations, bumping them up to 19 and 4 extra points on the placements, and that would have been one hell of a match, of the highest scoring match we would have seen so far, but they were denied by Game Lord, who Robs has dropped out very early there. He'll be is that on his own, I think, as well, for Game Lord?
Yeah, no one else really dropping out with him, so I wonder if they're going to try and pick up, or Robs is going to try and pick up a vehicle, steal that away, and then maybe head down. But yeah, an odd little drop there coming through from Robs. It's going to take him a while to get back to the rest of his team. So I don't think that was particularly intentional there for Game Lord. Usually dropping out down towards Saint-Martin most of the time, around Hacienda del Patron as well. So we'll see what they can get done. I mean, Robs certainly can pick up a vehicle, maybe head down this way through Monte Nuevo, but look at that. It's a crazy rotation he has to make. It's not going to be ideal. The rest of the Game Lord, you can see him here on your screen, just dropping out right about here where we expected them to. But again, this is kind of an easy playing path. No one's really bothered too much about this one. Most teams can head to exactly where they need to go. I think the circle will be the most interesting thing on this map, as always, because Miramar really does change from circle to circle because the mass of land we have, where we end up can be a very different game from each of them. Again, we're actually heading to a very similar area as before, but there are these particular areas: high ground, high ground, high ground, the Major Pride high ground, some high ground up here as well. So it's good to take control of these areas so you can make sure that a lot of these positions, like these roads are covered, these roads are covered coming down here. There's also even water treatment that you can hold on to. So there are a few teams that can achieve that, and one of them in particular is this team right here in Gladiators.
They have had success in the past from this northern side, coming off a storming game as well. You imagine they're feeling pretty hot on it. Kitsune as well, especially. I mean, we looked at the numbers over on the desk. 1,350 damage in the course of that game. We were seeing how effective that Mini 14 was at range, across the fields, at suppressing everybody who tried to move when it wasn't their turn.
Yeah, I think for Kitsune, it is really nice to see, because typically you see this guy and he is the IGL of the team, calls the shots a lot of times. It's difficult to find an IGL who has the experience in the game, has the maturity to lead a team, and is also very good when it comes to fragging and making those clutch plays. There's so few of those players around. Usually you'll have your main fragger and then someone who does the IGLing so they can focus on that. So for Kitsune to hit those types of numbers just shows you how good this team is in particular. And we've had several conversations with Kitsune, especially on interviews before. And he seems like a fun bloke, right? I think it must be a very, very nice thing to have him in the team, because I imagine they needed that kind of motivational vibe to the team, and also someone that can lead you through those dark times, especially on that first 3 days of phase 1, so that when it comes around to phase 2, you can bounce back in a major way.
Game Lord in a very, very central area. Trying to just hold that one out. MADBULLS on the western edge. We always speak about the strength of the west on Miramar. Moving through, there's a lot of channels to get in and towards some of those high grounds that you were talking about, but right in their way are Dark Project. So the question is, where do Dark Project want to try and post up?
I mean, MADBULLS have been forced further and further away from a lot of their original drop spots, right? Dark Project even now taking a little bit more room, getting a bit cheeky, and MADBULLS can't do too much about it. So it feels like not necessarily MADBULLS becoming a worse team, but the rest of the lobby leveling up around them, and now on a more of an even playing field. And I think it's almost that kind of attitude that MADBULLS had towards the first week, which was they were having so much fun, right? The maps were their playground. They were making some crazy plays which shouldn't have necessarily worked, but did. They look stylish. But I think at this point in time, you have to put style away and go for something that just works, right? That is efficient, that is practical. I think MADBULLS are struggling with that just a little bit, John.
Somewhat. They definitely haven't had the impact on the lobby that they would have liked, or that they had in phase 1 either. Currently 9th place, 15 points, but over 3 matches. That's a 5-point average. At this point, that's not good enough. You will need to step up a little bit taller if you want to be in with a chance of having some of those high bonus point values going into the finals, right? Not only do you need to get into the top 16, but if you want to win, if you want to take these top spots and progress further into the tournament structure of PMPL, you do need to be performing better than MADBULLS are right now in this phase. The good news for them is that they can somewhat rely on the performance that they had, finishing second in the previous phase, 19 points going into finals already. And if you finish 10th, you know, sure, you'll be 9 points behind or so, as long as you have a good phase 3, but it's not worth it to just cut an entire phase out. So do as much as you can to bring this one back, because the MADBULLS, their ceiling is way higher than this.
Yeah, because your finals becomes so much easier if you're able to take a bunch of points with you from your phases into your finals. It is quite easy to see yourselves at the top as long as you can maintain that type of performance. And that's totally intentional as well, John, because if you're able to stay at the top all 3 phases, it might seem a little unfair going into the finals with 60 points or so, which is a potential, right? But on the other hand, that is so influential because we are rewarding teams that are doing the best. So we're taking out that little bit of variance in the finals for a team to just suddenly pop off out of nowhere, and then maybe we don't get the most consistent team going through to some of our bigger tournaments, which is always good. In the meantime, though, I think we're going to see a little bit more of an even playing field when we head to those finals if this keeps up. KONINA Power, though, lose a player to Mickey. Quickly, one more comes through. Nice dodge.
Vash trying to go for a bold rundown. Will get it the second time. It is a charm. We'll be able to drop out. Gets the res started as well. That is huge for KONINA Power to keep this one alive. It felt like it was done and dusted, but yeah, that is absolutely phenomenal. Unicorns of Love are going to want to try and surround this and get some sort of an answer, but Zero's on fire already. Moving into the KONINA Power area, you see they've managed to get that player back up instantly into the buggy and away.
Yeah, and look at that. The bus is set up. Palucci's watching from the angle he assumes the guys from Unicorns of Love will come from. Beast and Swave underneath, but already KONINA Power is circling. This is going to be an easy flick on for them. I don't really, I mean, a lot of times Unicorns of Love, I feel like they could do something more, but they just keep making silly mistakes. And even with a knock like that coming through from Zero, I don't know, man.
Palucci, the off angle, is taken down. Swave ducks back behind the ridgeline as the buggy careens up the side of it. His teammate not doing so hot, but Zero now last standing. Vash is alive and is the last standing for KONINA Power as well. In comes Zero, trying to save the day, but he's still on fire. A blaze of glory might be all it takes, but has to hop out as it diverts. Does not have the time to waste here. Vash is investing on getting these players back up and setting up the Unicorns players as bait. They want this spray down, and it's still a challenge, and KONINA Power just about squeaked this one away. It felt like Unicorns had so many opportunities to take this fight down, but they just didn't take any. Nexus, can they third party?
Yeah, I mean, I'll say this again, is that Unicorns of Love, they give me hope, and then they take it away. Nasty shift up towards that northwestern side. Looks like Gladiators are going to have themselves a day here. Tixi on that typical position he loves to play, and he can remain there. This is one of those most central circles we've seen towards that position that Tixi's playing, and Gladiators love to abuse this spot on the map. Shockwave moving in, and I think right now Gladiators need to think about maybe taking up more of a central position here, regrouping, but with Shockwave as well as, excuse me, in the wings, this rotation might be a little bit more iffy.
Tixi still climbing, I think, on towards the high ground. As soon as you're up there, you can get off and start playing around. Matic playing as that backstop. They need to be worried about teams pushing a little bit in from the west, so MADBULLS' position right now, a threat to that central area. And you've already spoken about the duo out to the east, who probably going to have to get a move on.
Yeah, excuse me, moving up. Gladiators send away. They have some cover there. Quick and speedy regroup on their side. You know, Gladiators really do know this position like the back of their hand, though. They've won so many games from it. And Matic, although we've talked about before how he is this real aggressive player, I think one of my favorite games I've ever seen Matic in was when he had a Mini 14. He's done this frequently now. On the high ground, Matic with Mini 14 is an absolute devil.
Can we lock in our predictions now? Is that a thing? Should we just do it? I'm sure there's really one obvious choice for the moment, but we'll have to wait a little bit longer. KASIK team rolling up, an Avalanche really coming a crop of them. Major Pride, Game Lord, Cave, all in the vicinity of this as well. Playing out towards the northwest side of San Martin. A little bit close to the Crater Fields, but Avalanche down to one. KASIK team getting pinched away. Up the stairs, it's Game Lords to try and hunt this one down. Staying up as 4. Both teams taking the L there. Avalanche eliminated, as are KASIK.
Major Pride currently occupying a very similar area to Game Lord, just off towards their east. MADBULLS has to move back, takes massive damage over towards MUERTE. Down to 3 players, 1 knock. Fleek does get flushed out, though, leaving MADBULLS at 3. Unideal. And it looks like both these teams might just be able to get themselves back up in action, but MADBULLS really do not want this regroup happening from MUERTE. Chulika continues to try and sift some of these shots over towards the top.
Not quite able to get the knock just yet. Happy J isolated, rezzed, though. Out in the zone, need to get the vehicles, get a little bit further across this ridge, regroup with Happy J. Mr. MUERTE just trying to hang on for now. MADBULLS find their sanctuary a little bit further north, next circle, just about to pop. It was a really hard shift up to that northwest side, and now Gladiators find themselves just on the edge of this next circle.
I don't think they mind this too much of it. This gives them an ability to clear out creative fields, make sure there's no teams coming through from that way, and then taking shots down towards any team underneath them. They have such massive high ground looking down to this valley. It's very difficult as well. A lot of these compounds underneath are flat tops, so if you want to take a quick shot out, there's not a lot of angles you can take. You have to step out of the building. So for VIRTUS.PRO, Shockwave, excuse me, they don't really have the most ideal angles back up towards Gladiators to cause them problems.
Influence for Cave. They're playing very split on Cave, but no me. Thinks it's a full team, maybe. As he will go down. Influence still with more to do, but just too much of it sent his way. Victor will find him. Get the flush out as well. Yeah, just a bit too split there for Cave on the south.
Yeah, I mean, they've tried to angle themselves into position, but with Game Lord there also pushing them back, they're just trying to find any angle they can take and try and find a couple of long shots down towards Game Lord or Major Pride as they leave these compounds. Dimension, our resident sniper in the lobby.
Uh-oh, northern side. Hang on a minute. Gladiator's position getting rolled up on in the middle there by the MADBULLS. Luckily, Zerich goes down first, and there's a duo to hold it off, but Matic gets knocked, and now it's just Kitsune. Matic flushed by the MADBULLS on that western edge. A crucial fight happening right now. Right under Kitsune's nose, a triple player crash from MADBULLS. All three of their players moved in. That is really bad for the line for Gladiators. Meku was supposed to be able to help in this scenario, but just a little bit too far afield.
Yeah, it's a little bit wild as well, because I think that they're trying to get as many eliminations as possible down towards that east side, but these players aren't challenging Gladiators out for a while. And I think where they found the most success of this position is when they cleared out the entirety of creative fields first, made sure there was no teams pushing through. MUERTE's even now flying up towards that spot. So I think for Gladiators, this is becoming a real train wreck of a situation. Tixi nowhere to be seen.
Tulika. Oh, just putting Kitsune's head back behind that ridge line. Repositions. You can see there's a Kar 98 in the back pocket for Kitsune as well. Can just take your head off with that. MUERTE diverted further north through La Copraria. And they'll swing around on that north side. In the meantime, Tixi still just going to be putting the fear of God on anyone who steps underneath him. In the meantime, however, his teammates struggling. Frozen breaks down low. It's a standoff yet again.
MADBULLS have to do too much. They found themselves a nice plateau to play from. The only issue with this spot, though, it does not give you any pressure towards the rest of the game, which is why you're seeing Tixi remain up here. He has to control the southern side. If he can do that, he gives a good platform for the rest of his players on his team to move towards. Right now, MADBULLS is playing the long game in terms of their fight against Gladiators and hoping to overwhelm this position and evict Gladiators from this spot and play from it. Starting to just edge out now as Gladiators move out the way. Kitsune stimming up.
Push from MADBULLS, trying to isolate a 1v3 right now, or 3v1 rather. Tulika, you've got to be able to hit those, Kitsune. Go back to your Erangel performance on the previous. Has to go for the reload there for Tulika. The range means that the UMP is going to be a little bit less full. Frozen moves forwards. Meku now starts to enact his position on the back, but Zerich gets the best of him. Gladiators are being torn apart here just that little bit, just dismounted time and time again. Kitsune is out of it. And sure, Tixi has that position on the high ground, but what are you going to do with it now? You've got nowhere to go. You're really high and dry on this one. VIRTUS.PRO, 4 players, central, slap bang.
Yeah, I'm not going to lie, it was a sick play coming through from Kitsune and Meku. I think the issue they went into is Kitsune was trying to drag them out as far as possible for the push onto them, and Meku went just a little bit too early. And I think a team versus MADBULLS, you can't go early on that one because Zerich is very easily going to win a 1v1. That guy is an absolute monster. So for Meku, he had to have the element of surprise on his side, where he could instantly get a knock into a flush, in which case Kitsune can then start to leverage. So it was a good play, a really interesting play, but one that was miscalculated, I think.
Gladiators eliminated. Tixi going down, and that's Dark Project, I think, taking shots up from underneath. So whilst the position looked phenomenal, and we know they've had strength from this position in the past, it's not going to work out this time. Nexus, excuse me. Going pretty deep into this one. Blank, I think I've just remembered that KASIK team were playing this as well. And I don't think we saw a Picardo hot drop.
I don't think we did. I would have noticed it, actually. So this is nice. I'll have to check in tomorrow. Let's see if indeed that is what happened. Because look, they both got further into this game than before. And excuse me's here towards the end, too. KASIK can at least be proud of their brethren.
Picardo bros.
Exactly. Bro.
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 Bro. Trying to get over the ridgeline. As NEXUS taking shots through the rear windshield, but going to be absolutely fine for now. Just a little bit of damage towards the monster truck. Next circle, soon for this. In about 30 seconds it will come through, but you've got to think that VIRTUS.PRO in probably one of the stronger positions here. Excuse me, I kind of like their spot on that northeast as well. If they had all 4 of their players alive, I think that would probably be one of the priority positions.
Yeah, I mean, there is a lot of areas around here where it looks good until you remember the team only has 3 players. There's a lot of positions in this area. So many could be winning. I mean, we'll see how this next circle goes. I'm pretty sure it's going to go fairly central just at this stage in the game. But, you know, Miramar can still throw a couple of spanners in the works. MUERTE could make something happen with this. This is a really horrible circle, though. This valley underneath, you can see it's all sloping down. And VIRTUS.PRO aren't central. So when we get towards that zone 9, which we inevitably will do, you are not going to see VIRTUS.PRO be able to stay in here the entire game.
No, they will have to figure out a way out at some point. Major Pride under bombardment right now on the south by Dark Project. A nade in through the door. That should be it. Yeah, both of them fall. There's not much you can do about that. Major Pride eliminated on their potential game to gain ground on the teams ahead of them on the tables. But Sly Europe will be leapfrogged with that. They finished the game, I believe, on 38 points total. Game Lord's still in the mix, though, and NEXUS as well. All of whom very, very possible that they could move on up. Although NEXUS a little bit less likely after taking a knock to excuse me.
Yeah. That is a little bit sad there. Excuse me, on both sides. Havlik had this really nice spot. I mean, he's currently side by side with 2 more of the NEXUS players who are really struggling to get out from this building. Kabahala tries to move through. Ooh. It's awkward.
There's really not a lot you can do there. NEXUS coming apart here against excuse me on the northeast side. And ARR are potentially looking to scout out here and get a third party. I feel like today is the day of third parties, Blank. We've seen some rotations in towards the scenarios that can go well, but Elementrix's forward position gets spotted, gets knocked. Game Lord suffering on the south in the meantime as well. KONINA Power may be moving in, but they're going to divert instead of going for that third party. Move on forwards. Robs puts another Dark Project player out of their misery. Akashi is down, but in the blue zone, it's going to be really hard to make this one further. Dark Project still have Evaneska in those hills, though. And Game Lord taking heavy fire.
MUERTE have their split on the northern side. Robs does go down to his own vehicle. Had to jump out a little bit early so it didn't explode in his face. Zerich does take a nice shot over towards KONINA Power. Will be flushed out. Gorzan also falling. VIRTUS.PRO very comfortable. Turtled up towards the center of the map. But again, as everyone started moving through here, it is just open hillsides right now. Very difficult to play. Shockwave have 4. Might be able to make something happen with that. But we're just going to barren lands here on forward. It's going to be Death Valley.
Evaneska skirting under the watchful eyes of Victor behind the smoke, looking for healing up. Palucci as well close by. Me and Kalaris going for VIRTUS.PRO. You just look at where they are in the circle. I feel like it's a fairly solid prediction. You've gone for MADBULLS on their trio. That's the second time today you've predicted a 3-player team.
Oh yeah, 100%. I have no trust in VIRTUS.PRO.
Okay.
I've seen them hold compounds before. You've seen them hold compounds before. It doesn't go well. So I'm not going to make that mistake again.
The question is how the MADBULLS get down this hillside. Victor Might even be too much for them to deal with as Frozen goes down first. Zerich behind him on the ridgeline. I think he spotted it. Has a tree to get to cover. Tulika a little bit too far away to get shots on immediately. Zerich wants to put a nade back over towards Victor. You see those falling just a little bit short to get that full knock. Victor breaks out and up and over. Okay, Victor. Tulika wasn't there either. Zerich moves forwards, doesn't have a nade in hand either. First aid pops and now has a chance in the fight. Zerich, can he land the bullet? It's Palucci. And Victor will be second in the sightlines.
Oh, well, that's annoying. Anyway, Zerich might just be able to get away from this one. Palucci underneath will just remain in this spot. Muerte actually head up towards a nice little compound on the northwest side. Can stay comfortable here for the time being. There is still a tiny little bit of high ground that MADBULLS might be able to play, but Muerte Malloy is currently removing that opportunity as quickly as he can.
ARR are going to need to get to that ridgeline just to their south. The Shockwave will contest really quite effectively, you'd imagine, as well. VIRTUS.PRO will be setting out their way. Muerte are starting to encroach as well on that northwest edge. So now is the real test coming on through for VIRTUS.PRO. I think Game Lord went out in the middle of all of that, but they managed to get a huge elimination game there.
Yeah, really strong for them. We'll put the points up. Shockwave moving over towards VIRTUS.PRO. A nice Molotov out the side. They're getting used to stopping these kind of pushes. Now Shockwave, 2 players only remaining. It's a bit awkward here on out. Hayes, able to take down 2. Really good stuff there.
That was criminal, that spray down onto Shockwave. They just got burnt apart. You talked about that Molotov blank. That was phenomenally placed. I think that is almost on its own what won them that push. It slowed things down, it funneled them all together, and the spray downs were there.
Muerte still trying to deal with the guys from MADBULLS. VIRTUS.PRO may have to leave their position at some point. Zerich still watching Muerte though, concerned about this spot. Understanding he has great sightlines up towards them. If they can find a knock, they can potentially move down. They still have vehicles to work with. And VIRTUS.PRO really have solidified their position after that really nice hold versus Shockwave.
Very nice indeed, Zerich. Took a glance over towards the last player, excuse me, but I don't think he knows he's there just yet. Or maybe he does, didn't want to invest the time or the bullets. Still looking for those shots. Happy J. Further around the circle, the scout for Muerte most of the time. Palucci swept up the remnants of Game Lord and I can't remember which other team it was, but further up the hill. Now just trying to survive. 6 teams remain.
Black's still going for it, excuse me though. Happy days. Shots from Zerich over towards Malloy. Muerte really just trying to bait out as many shots as possible. At some point they will have to move. So will MADBULLS. Getting down this sheer face is going to be real difficult. Heading into our later stages. Circle right on top of VIRTUS.PRO. And now Muerte realise they have to make a play here. Over towards VIRTUS.PRO's position. Sending in. VIRTUS.PRO don't have too many players on this side.
Could be worrisome, you're right. They have to marshal forces almost immediately in response. Muerte are in with no casualties. This is a chance here. Happy J knows there's a player close by, gets a lot of damage, but the licks aren't quite strong enough there. Happy J goes down first, but a burn onto Malloy is good. Folly does fall. Off Hayes falls as well, and Malloy is still going with the DBS close range. They look for more. VIRTUS.PRO Singly's next to fall, and now it's just the one. Purple needs to stay alive for VIRTUS.PRO, but that's all coming apart as well. Muerte just rallying on down, and in comes the duo from MADBULLS. Purple still going on the inside, but the knock is spotted. 2 players on the in, and VIRTUS.PRO fall.
Down they go. I knew I never make a mistake, John. I never make a mistake. Now MADBULLS looking down towards Muerte. Did suffer some casualties, but have actually brought themselves back up into line. And actually, in that moment, MADBULLS are able to get down towards a plateau that they can start to play from. Access goes down to just 3 teams now. With AR up, Muerte remaining. 3 players from AR looking over towards Muerte itself, but MADBULLS still have some high ground to play with.
Smoke's blooming. 2 players for MADBULLS. Potential to suppress ARR. But that crash from Muerte, it was just slightly difficult positioning. I don't think you expect a crash to come from the north if you're VIRTUS.PRO.
I mean, if you've got 4 players and it's 3 guys coming at you, I think you should be able to deal with that usually. You should be holding both sides. I think they just got overwhelmed. I don't think they were able to handle the skill level of MUERTE in the end. They had such a strong hold as well. It's a strong compound to play from. Look at all the ground in front of them they had to see this one coming. It's just good play from MUERTE at the end of the day.
Yeah, they were really effective on that. The DBS in close range. Looked like maybe they were going to struggle, but some really nice volleys coming through. VIRTUS.PRO just got skill gapped.
Absolutely did. Now, MADBULLS definitely have to come off here. I think this is the end for MADBULLS, personally. I don't think there's much more they can do. They have to hope for some cheeky nades. Forget one towards Happy. Behind that tree. Could be big.
Don't know where that went.
Nice. I don't know where that one went either. Here's another nade.
Oh.
Yeah, Happy did have to move off spot, though. They really are hoping AAR jumps in, but I don't think they will. Continue to have these smokes. They have to make a smoke trade down the hill. Very difficult to make happen as well.
Yeah, it's really bad, but they have a vehicle, I think, so they can just accelerate in that smoke and try and crash into the compound. Maybe it would swing out towards the other side of the road if there's a ridgeline that they can play. It's maybe not out of the question. Tulika leads that charge.
Oh, and AAR tempted by it.
They really are, and in they go. It's a full-out brawl, it seems, for this final position. Both of the MADBULLS players make it. Up and to the well, hang on a minute, Zerch is still in the smokes. But where did that come from? Discrim turns around and just nails the shot there, and the off angle is suppressed, leaving 2 out in the open here for ARR. MADBULLS have priority on this crash. Zerich, maybe unaware that he's a lot less under threat right now.
I really like this play from MADBULLS because they just wanted to tempt AAR out of that position. You can see Chulika instantly stopped. He didn't go any further. This was a bait at the end of the day. They needed the other team to get involved. Really smartly done. Molotov goes in. Chulika has to get out.
Fades away and actually really effectively repositions here against the wall. Tapok in the meantime, having his teammates back up is huge. Zerich goes down to an explosion. I think there was a vehicle going up. MUERTE are moving through now the battlefield. Tulika cuts one down. Discrim, Malloy and Happy J both up next. Yet to find it underneath. It's good. And there's the off angle from ARR. And on the inside, MUERTE might struggle to get out here. There's 3 players alive for ARR, and all of those angles are devastating to this next push.
Yeah, I think AAR is going to win this one out. I think that they made a very astute decision, which I'll explain after this game. But first of all, they have to win versus MUERTE. Currently getting their players back into action. They've got to be a little bit quicker. Tapok knows the general location, sends a nade over the top in a couple of seconds. There it pops, but too close here.
Nade to access. It's a lot of damage, but Malloy falls again. And just one player left standing. It will not be enough. Tapok there, and ARR will take the chicken dinner on Miramar. From that northern position, they had a pretty tough time of it, but it feels like this is the second time we've seen teams on the outside just slowly march forwards and take these chicken dinners.
Yeah, it was a really smart play from AR, actually, because I think that they fell for it first. Look, they got baited, man. They got baited by the hook, okay? MADBULLS moves down and doesn't move any further. They hope that AR is going to come in and help them pincer to MUERTE, and then the confusion of the fight, because they can't see what's going on from that direction, they'll be able to maybe come out on top. You know, there's a desperation play at that point in time for MADBULLS. But instead, AR stopped dead short, send Tapok up high so he can watch what's going on during the fighting between MUERTE and Chulika. And you even saw a little snippet, it was very quick, where Tapok saw the guys from MUERTE actually zooming round towards Chulika to finish him off, and he could have easily got 1 or 2 knocks and got an elimination there, and instead opts to just let those players funnel around into that area. That way AAR can both get up and it's easy nading from there. So if he takes those knocks, maybe as the world, then MADBULLS can actually regroup and reassess and maybe win versus AAR, but instead he allows it to happen to give his team a better chance. It's really, really smart and very well played from AAR.
Yeah, that compound, it seems like VIRTUS.PRO just threw it all away there. MUERTE ran them down, and then the MADBULLS and ARR took care of business there as well. In the end, ARR take the final chicken dinner of the day.
you, Blank and John. Great cast, as usual. We love it that you're covering 5 maps in one day. Great cast of the action. And we're back now. So this is me, Ginny. I'm joined on the desk with Kalaris. We're going to dissect as much as we possibly can. But first of all, thank you, Monster, for making it possible, because 5 maps, a lot of energy is needed. Trust me on that. And we're here now. And after seeing that one, I mean, Kalaris, it felt like every single game so far today, it's just been a nail-biter down till the very last absolute second.
Yeah, definitely. Especially with the small compound that was exactly pivotal in this game here, as we saw multiple crashes on it. We saw MUERTE making an excellent crash, and then ARR coming in from what is effectively exactly the same angle, because if you come in from the east side of this compound or down the hill, it's basically like a shooting gallery that's going to be firing at you as you're approaching. So the north side is the perfect way to approach it, and ARR managed to dislodge MUERTE. I can't say that sentence, that was impossible.
Say it 3 times, and then it's a tongue twister.
No, please go.
Please don't. But the match ranking, I mean, so far, it's been great. The theme continues of different teams, you know, getting that chicken dinner differently, and it's no longer feels like the MUERTE and MADBULLS are like down everyone's throat and making sure that they're the ones getting in the points. And I love to see it, because I love to see how all these teams are adapting, and you're absolutely right. They're making sure that they're using all the terrains to their advantages. We're seeing a lot of shifts in terms of strategy, but match report as well coming through when we're looking at, I mean, this crib, most eliminations, 4. We saw one, it was one day, was it on Sunday, where we had 9 elims for a player.
Yeah, it's been spread out today in comparison, right? And I like how MUERTE was able to make that breach happen. I think as much as Discrim did a lot to try for his team here, Malloy with the DBS breaching that compound and being able to put in a lot of work with the DBS. It's one of my favorite guns, Gira. It's amazing. I love the noise. I love everything about it. I love the damage. So it's always exciting for me to see that come to the forefront and make it work. But again, when you've got AR pushing, making almost exactly the same push, and then being able to dislodge you, it's what you're supposed to do.
Do you also like the top travelers? Is that like your second favorite?
Not on Sanhok, no. Not with little, what is it, Dagestan driving around in circles. But I mean, for Miramar, there's always going to be a lot of like long traveling. There's a lot of rotations going on here, and apparently Malloy was it this time.
Well, I mean, Malloy getting those miles in, you know, looking as well at the daily winners, seeing who got the miles in terms of being able to secure some of those goodies. KASIK on Erangel, MP on Miramar, Sly on Sanhok. I mean, this is beautiful, okay? This makes me happy. No team has had 2 maps in a row.
Yeah, and I think, as you say, when it comes to day 1, it has been very varied in terms of the finishes, very varied in terms of the winners, but it now adds, as you say, like some of those teams that I don't think we were looking at too much in phase 1 to kind of that top pack. So, and even some of the teams down towards the bottom, like, I mean, as much as MUERTE got a few points on the board here, but like your MUERTEs, like even MADBULLS, like Gladiators to a certain degree, you know, all these teams still have a lot of promise about them to be able to jump up. So it just means that our top pack in the next couple of days is going to have more teams in it, which makes it more competitive, and that's exciting.
Absolutely, and that's the loveliest thing to see. I mean, I'm going to ask you, Kalaris, for your MVP of the day. Is there anyone that you really want to give a shout out to?
I was going to go Lamentrix, but I don't know. We'll see.
I'm gonna go for Kitsune. I don't know if that's gonna work out, but we're gonna have at some point the truth revealed to us.
Oh.
Okay, EXO. I mean, yes, I can understand that.
That's actually kind of big, because looking at how he's been playing here, initially he wasn't the first pick, right, for the Nexus roster when it came to them transitioning into this. But him being able to pop up these numbers and this amount of damage, admittedly they did have this spot on Miramar, right, Janira? This was very
that
fun
nade to close it out. We were just sitting here like, no way, that's not gonna happen. That's not gonna happen. And as you said it yourself at that point, Kalaris, it was 1 tick away. Just 1. Like, what are the odds? This is a 1 in, like, what a time to be alive. That's all I'm gonna say about it, honestly.
Yeah. Very good to see that he's able to put up those numbers for them. And actually, this might push Nexus to a spot which is more consistent. We'll see down the line. We will see. It's only 1 day into the phase. But it would be cool to see if they do get significant consistency out of this.
Absolutely. We're also going to be looking at the overall ranking because we're going to see which team has been the most consistent today. And that will be Game Lord with 1 chicken dinner and 14 placement points in total, 26 elim points. But again, Kalaras, this comes back to your point of how it's so tightly packed together and the competition is fierce.
Definitely so. Game Lord being able to take #1 spot is definitely, of course, good for them. However, I seem to recall them having a decent first day to start things off in the previous phase. They did get a 2nd place with 8 elims, but then a lot of elims elsewhere, like 9 elims with an 11th place. So as much as there was a lot of 2nd places for them in the previous phase, we need like more from this phase to be able to keep them in that very top contestant point. Because I think by the end of phase 1, they finished mid-table around like 8th or 9th or something like that. So I would like to see them keep foot on the pedal, if you know what I mean.
Absolutely. We love it when they get those miles traveled in the car, keep that foot on the pedal. But also looking at Talent, who has kept steering clear when it came to these predictions, because it started off pretty close and then, it's actually really close. Blank with that one. Blank with 1 point.
What did he get the 1 point on? MADBULLS survived at the end. Me and John went for VIRTUS.PRO and we got bamboozled by MUERTE pulling up. Damn it.
I don't want to say that tends to happen, but you know, sometimes in the past, I also remember being in a very similar situation. Oh well. Well, we're going to give it to you, Blank. It's fine. You can have it. You have 1 point. You're so much better than us. Oh my, oh my.
I look in those pictures like I'm desperately trying to explain something to you.
And this is like going over my head, and I'm like, yeah, sounds good.
Don't make a meme out of that. Don't make a meme out of that.
Nobody, please. We're good. Let's have a look at the socials as well. If you do want to see memes, because Max actually, you know, has a pretty okay meme game, if I do say so myself. Facebook, YouTube, Twitch, TikTok, we got it all. And on the socials, surprise, surprise, there is also going to be a giveaway. We're giving away some skins, Kalaris. I mean, usually Max, this is where he starts advertising the skins and how it's important to keep your DMs open. So I want to see your skin giveaway pitch.
Oh yeah, I'll do it in Max's voice. I was like, yeah. It's a very good pitch. I think, you know, you got some skins here and I think you can get them. Yeah.
You can get them if you keep your DMs open, and make sure to follow us. Also, guys, don't forget to fill out the survey, and on top of that, also tune into Turkey, because there is so much action going on in one of the most stacked regions for PUBG Mobile. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. We have had a great day today, and we're going to be back tomorrow, same time, same place.